যেটা করতে Hello.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries, faculties and participants. I am Dr. Lakshmi Dubey, Assistant Professor in College of Horticulture, Javidan. I welcome you all in the inaugural session of this one-day webinar on market intelligence and export potential in horticulture sector. So, in order to proceed further, now I would like to invite our head of department, Dr. Aris Jain, for sharing the highlights of this webinar.
Hello.
Over.
माइक्रोफोन बंद करवाओ पहले, आवाज आ रही है।
Good morning to one and all. I heartily welcome to our dynamic and visionary Vice Chancellor of Sardar Kushinagar Datiwada Agriculture University, Dr. R.K. Patel sir, our Dean, Dr. A.U. Amin sir, Vadodria sir, eminent speakers and participants from east, west, north, south part of the country. Horticulture is gradually recognized as a sunrise sector and earned foreign exchange through export. India has been bestwood with the rich diversity which enables the country to produce various kinds of horticulture crops around the year. Market intelligence is the process of gaining insights related to market price, demand, and global agriculture supply and demand conditions, policy and environment and other relevant factors to be able to address the price volatility risk so that the stockholders take informed decision to protect their stock. Horticulture sector accounts for about 37% of total export of agriculture commodities. Export of horticulture crop have recorded sustained rising trend, and the benefits are gained by the relevant stakeholders. This webinar will be helpful for gaining insights of demand and supply situation, price volatility, and export prospects, so that the same could be used effectively in decision making by the key stakeholders. We will discuss on the emerging issues of market intelligence and export potential in horticulture sector, that is strategies of marketing in horticulture sector post-COVID scenario, market intelligence and price volatility in contrast to horticulture crops, technological intervention in horticulture marketing in India, new initiative and challenges, growth and prospects of export of major seed, spice and vegetable crops from India, status and prospects of fruits export from India, and eNAM, need of the hour aimed and post-COVID by the various experts of the country in the field of horticulture economics. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, on behalf of our Dean, Dr. A.U. Amin, I would like to invite Dr. J.R. Vadodria for the welcome address.
Namaskar, good morning. On behalf of our respected principal, Dr. Amin, I, J.R. Vadodria, Warmly welcome to Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. R.K. Patel sir, esteemed Sardar Kushinagar, Honorable Director of Research Dr. R.N. Singh sir, Director of Extension Dr. V.T. Patel sir, Dr. K.K. Patel Registrar, esteemed Sardar Kushinagar, Dr. S.S. Burak, Emeritus Professor ICR and former Director of Research, Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology, Udaipur, Dr. Raka Saxena, Principal Scientist, National Institute of Agriculture Economics and Policy Research, ICR, New Delhi, Dr. Narendra Singh, Professor and Head, Department of Agri-Economics, eNAM College of Agriculture, NAU Navsari, Dr. K.P. Thakur, In-Charge Professor and Head, Department of Agriculture Economics, CP College of Agriculture, Sardar Kushinagar, Dr. Ranjini, Scientist, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi, Dr. R.S. Jaiman, Head, Department of Social Science and convener of this webinar, along with the team and all the participants from different corners of the country. It is my pleasure to welcome you all on this occasion. I am informed that over 1,000 participants have been registered in this webinar from different parts of the country. I appreciate the staff of College of Horticulture, Jagudan, and especially Department of Social Science for organizing this event in virtual mode and inviting various subject matter experts to share their knowledge. Horticulture is one of the vibrant sector of agriculture. Horticultural crops play important role in food and nutritional security. Apart from nutritional benefits, the production of horticultural crops also improves the economy of the country, as these are very good source of income and employment. Realizing the significant importance to society, horticulture has been projected very high in national agriculture scenario, and thus it has become an entirely separate division in all universities and government sector of the state and central. Sardar Kushinagar Datiwada Agriculture University has established a separate college of horticulture in 2008 to train and develop the horticulture professionals for catering the growing needs of the nation and state of the Gujarat. The college has well-trained and highly qualified teaching personnel with well and advanced infrastructure facilities. This premier institute is imparting degree of BSc Honours Horticulture, MSc Horticulture in Vegetable Science, Fruit Science, Floriculture and Landscape Architecture, and Plantation Crops, and PhD in Vegetable Science. The college, with its wide range of activities of teaching, research, and extension, has been providing new dimension to the development in all areas of horticulture. College of Horticulture has achieved consistently remarkable progress in terms of teaching, research, and extension activities. It is well-known fact that students, faculties, and university authorities together making the differences in creating environment, which is very helpful to learning, teaching, extension, and research for student and faculty members. India's diverse agroclimatic conditions ensures availability of all varieties of fresh fruits and vegetables. In current scenario, the most important marketing information input needed for a farmer is the market intelligence. Market intelligence is mainly linked to the insight of demand and supply. Good understanding of market dynamics, current and future prices, including price volatility and consumer preference. It is noteworthy to mention that India is second largest producer of fruits and vegetables, and hence our presence in global market is significant. The vast production base offers India tremendous opportunities for export. During 2019 and 2020, India exported fruits and vegetables worth rupees 9,182.88 crore. That is 1,277.38 million US dollar. which comprised of fruits worth rupees 4,832.81 crore and vegetable worth rupees 4,350.13 crore. The lack of awareness of export avenue and market insights triggers farmers getting less portion of the share from consumer rupee. Thus, there is a need for bridging this gap to make stockholders well-informed decisions with respect to the market acumes and export possibilities. To create the awareness among the various stakeholders, that is producer, exporter, researcher, extension officers, policymakers, horticultural faculties, and PG students, etc., and sharing the information on demand supply scenario and horticultural crops with high export potential. Department of Social Science, College of Horticulture, Jagodam of Sardar Kushinagar Datiwada Agricultural University is organizing one-day webinar with eminent speaker from Central Institute and other state agriculture universities. The webinar will be helpful to the stakeholders by empowering them to make righteous decisions based upon correct market insights, which will result in availability of timely, robust information regarding market dynamics, demand and supply scenario, price volatility, and export scenario. The same is having huge potential to improve the socio-economic conditions of Indian farmers by providing better returns. Hence, a common platform for discussion of issues and challenges related to marketing and exports of horticulture crops is need of hour. I hope discussion in this webinar will be very informative and useful to all the participants. I convey my best wishes for successful completion of this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Now, dear audience, let me introduce our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.K. Patel, sir, to deliver the inaugural address. Over to you, sir.
Hello, good morning and welcome. May I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Yes, sir. Okay. Good morning and warm welcome to Dr. S.S. Barak, Emeritus Professor ICR and former Director of Research, MPUT Udaipur, Dr. Raka Saxena, Principal Scientist, National Institute of Agriculture Economics and Policy Research, ICR, New Delhi, Dr. Narendra Singh, NAU Navsari, Dr. KP Thakur, SDAU Sardar Kushinagar, Dr. Ranjini, Scientist, IRI, Dr. Amin, Dean, College of Horticulture, Dr. Jaiman, Dr. Vadodaria, convener of this webinar, and all the participants from various parts of the country. I am very happy to state that Department of Social Science, College of Horticulture is organizing one-day national webinar on market intelligence and export potential in horticulture sector, which will be disseminate the expert knowledge among the scientific fraternity, students, even academicians in the context of changing the market scenario and export potential of horticultural crops. As a head of this university, it is my pleasure and privilege to warmly welcome you all in this event. Friends, we all are aware about the unprecedented outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, and due to this, we all are forced to transform and adapt our lives and working culture from physical mode to virtual mode. The recent and advanced meeting tool propel scientists and educationists to stick on web mode of knowledge dissemination. College of Horticulture, Jagudan, was established in the year 2008 with the mandate to impart the quality education at graduate and postgraduate level to solve the need-based problems of the farming community of the regions of horticultural crops. We know that horticultural wealth of Gujarat encompasses a wide range of crops, including fruit like pomegranate, guava, anla, kagzi lime, while vegetable like potato, tomato, chili, and brinjal, and sea spices like cumin, coriander, and fennel. We know that horticulture crops contributes the 30% in the agriculture output. The production of horticulture crops has outpaced the production of food grains since 2012-13. The increase in the horticultural production would not only increase the income of farmers, but also create more employment, as the horticulture sector employs 5 to 6 fold more manpower than these cereals. Hence, horticulture has moved from rural confines to the commercial venture. India is now the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables in the world and is the leader in several horticultural crops like grapes, pomegranate, mango, banana, orange, and account larger portion of fruit exported from the country, while onions, mixed vegetable, potatoes, tomatoes, green chili contributes largely to the vegetable export basket. As per the National Horticulture Database, the area occupied by the horticultural crop is around 25 million hectare with a production of 311.77 million tons, having the productivity of 12.25 tons per hectare as on year 2018-19. The production of fruit is 97.35 million tons, vegetables 184.39 million tons, plantation 1.8 million tons, flowers 2.78 million tons, and spices 8.12 million tons. So I should mention that Gujarat holds the good position in horticultural production and share 9.2% in fruit, 6.65% in vegetable, 12.7% in spices, and 5.46% in flower production of the country. At present, horticulture sector has established its creditability through the enhancing exports. This sector contributes for approximate 37% of the total export of agricultural commodities, and export share in the global market is still nearly 1% only. There is a need of explore export avenues by preparing a global trade map for Indian horticultural produce, capacity building initiative at the farmers, processors, and exports level is the need of our to boost the export potential. I hope this platform will provide the opportunity to the scientific fraternity and academicians to discuss via virtual mode on the marketing intelligence and export potential with respect to the growth prospects in the field of horticulture. At the end, I want to convey my best wishes and compliments to the scientists and staff of the organizing college to choose proper theme and request the speakers to elaborate your topic on this virtual platform in detail for the benefit of all the stakeholders for the well-being of the agrarian community. Once again, I convey my best wishes for the success of this webinar. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your part-worthy remarks.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
it is always good to have your opinion and guidance because these are very vital and important for us. And we are really very fortunate to have you as our Vice Chancellor as well as our Chief Patron. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, dear audience, let's move to our next session, that is technical session. And in this series, now I would like to invite our first speaker, renowned agriculture economist, Dr. S.S. Gular, Emeritus Professor, ICR, and former Director of Research, MQAT Udaipur. Prior to this, Dr. Gular was headed Department of Agriculture Economics and Management in College of Agriculture, RCA, Udaipur. Dr. Burar is having total 36 years of experience in teaching and 28 years of experience in research. Apart from this, he is having near about 150 research publications and various journals related to science, national and international review. So, as a major guide, Dr. Burar is having 30 students in his credit, and out of that, 5 from PhD, 17 masters, and 8 from agribusiness management. Apart from this, Dr. Burar has been visiting associate professor at Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok, Thailand during the year 2003. He has been Vice President, Joint Secretary, Advisor, Executive Member of Indian Society of Agriculture Marketing during different time period. He has been member of Academic Council, MQAT Udaipur, and member of Selection Committee of RPSC Ajmer, as well as ASRB New Delhi. So with this now, I would like to invite Dr. S.S. Gular for his presentation on the topic of strategies of marketing in horticulture sector post-COVID scenario. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for nice words. And should I?
Hello, sir. Please share your presentation.
Yes, I'm trying for that.
Burak sir is trying to present his presentation, so it is taking some time. So please be with us.
Is it okay, madam?
Yes, sir. It is visible. Your presentation is visible.
Presentation is visible.
Yes, sir. Now do the slideshow.
Yes, just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Right. Good morning. Myself, Dr. S.S. Burdak, and I would like to thank first Dr. Lakshmi R. Dubey. She has invited me personally that whether I will be able to give a lecture or talk on this important subject. So I have agreed that, and now I start my presentation. Before that, respected Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. R.K. Patel Sahab, SDAU Datiwada, Dr. A.U. Amin, Dean College of Horticulture, Jharkhand, then Dr. R.S. Jaiman, convener of this webinar, Dr. Lakshmi Dubey, organizing secretary, Dr. R.A. Prajapati, co-organizing secretary, Dr. H.A. Desai, co-coordinator. Thank you for inviting me. I am very grateful to Honorable Vice Chancellor sir that he has trust on me to have with you in this important webinar. So I am grateful and I am thankful to Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. R.K. Patel sir. Sir, similarly, also thankful to Dr. Amin sir. He is also trust on me to deliver something on the strategies of marketing of horticulture sector during post-COVID-19 scenario. So, with this little background, I will start my presentation without taking any time. So, my topic is strategies of marketing in horticulture sector during post-COVID-19 scenario. We have all observed that there is a pandemic in this situation of the COVID and all the economic stand still throughout the world. And if we see the marketing, it is not less important than the farming itself. It is equally important as it is the farming. Similarly, the environment of the changing environment during the COVID-19 pandemic, all activities hit hard, not only in our country but throughout the world. Indian economy, which was already facing slowdown during the past, before the occurrence of the COVID, will continue and still it is going down and down because of the certain drawbacks or certain limitations in the production and marketing of different sectors of the agriculture during this COVID-19. The lockdown has taken a preventive measure led to shut all the economic activities. We have to restrict for more than 50 days in the house, not able to do anything in the market, in the field, in the any transport. All the activities stand still during this period. And during this period, like other sectors, agriculture sector also hit very hard, especially horticulture, because the horticulture is a perishable sector and it will require more frequent transportation, frequent disposal of the agricultural commodities to the end users. So it faced a lot of challenge during the COVID-19, whether it is a harvesting of the Kharif season crops or the sowing of the harvesting of the Rabi season crops and the sowing of the Kharif season crops. So it has a great impact on the all the agricultural operations or activities during this period. And farmers also faced a lot of constraints in the production as well as the marketing, especially marketing of whatever they have with them in the agriculture sector, more specifically in the horticulture sector. Present study outlines various challenges faced by the farmers and their mitigation measures required to be adopted so as to not to interrupt the supply chain of horticultural commodities. My database is the secondary source and various publications of the various authors who has analyzed this pandemic situation in different parts of the country. If we go back, what India has approached towards the agricultural marketing sector, then we want to increase the production in the after the independence, the situation of shortage of food grains and all these things. So we earlier started to increase the production, and not only increase the production, it should also be consumed. So we have increased the demand of all these agricultural sector products like the wheat, barley and fruits and vegetables. Second thing, we have shifted from the production enhancement. When we have reached to the self-sufficiency level, then we shifted to the income enhancement of the farmers. That is, the recent government also thinks that the doubling the farmers' income by the 2020. Both these aspects increases importance of agricultural marketing. Means the agricultural marketing is an important aspect in the production as well as demand creation and the income enhancement. If we see the general reforms in the agricultural marketing, then the first phase came in the 1960s. The adoption of the agricultural market committees or regulation of the markets, and it took 16 to 18 years to implement in all the states. Even today, some states like Kerala, they are not still using the agricultural produce market committee mechanism. So there is a long struggle between the marketing operations by the traders and the farmers. So it is orderly and efficient marketing has not come out. To improve this, there was a second phase in 2000 to 2015, there are certain changes in the Model Act of 2002 and 2003. So there will be changes regularly in the efficiency or in the marketing of the agricultural commodities. For this, there are so many committees formed by the central government to improve the uniform rules and regulations to be followed by the agricultural sectors, traders, buyers, or producers. These reforms shifted towards the facilities. Not only regulation, it should be facilitate the things to be done in a better way. The one thing that recently in 2016 eNAM National Agriculture Marketing has done, that the one pan India, we can transact throughout the country with this to increase the competition among the buyers, competition among the traders, so that the more or better price can be received by the producer farmers. We have also reformed in terms of the farmer producer organization, farmers group, self-help groups, group marketing for the efficient marketing. These things are developed by the state government, central government to promote the efficient marketing. This situation, whatever we are observing, how to improve this? For this, I have three things in my mind. First is the agriculture, which is a state subject, should be a concurrent in the concurrent list, because different states have their own regulation. Say, for example, recently we have passed 3 bills for the welfare of the farmers, and some state government, they are saying that we will not enforce these bills. Means state agriculture is a state subject, and that's why we are not having a uniform rules and regulation throughout the country. So it should be under the concurrent list. Second is the establishment of agricultural marketing council, such as GST council. Goods and service tax are uniform throughout the country for all the commodities. Similarly, the agricultural produce marketing, marketable produce should have the uniform system for the marketing, for the traders, the taxes and all these things. Say, for example, mandi tax is different in different states. Some states put on cess and all these things. That's why there is a encroachment of one state produce to the other state, and there will be a mismatch. So there should be a uniformity in the agricultural regulations and the tax structure, that is the agricultural marketing council, so that we have the uniform system. Then redefine agriculture. Still we consider that the agriculture sector is contributing less and less over the years. Means from 50% to now we are considering only 17% contribution in the gross domestic product. But it is not so. It should be redefined as science and practice of production, processing, marketing, distribution, and trade of food, feed, and fiber. It also includes the storage and transportation, because all these activities are evolve around the agricultural produce. So we should contribute. We should consider the contribution of all these things: processing sector, marketing sector, transport sector, storage sector, to consider as the value addition in the GDP. And if we will consider this, I think it will be more than 40%. So the government should also emphasize more funds towards this, because we are contributing more than 40% in this sector. So there is a need to redefine the agriculture as such. Second thing, first thing is the production, and second thing is the price. If a farmer get better price, he will be more happy, because his returns will be more, his income will be enhanced. So one thing, production increase, that we have seen how we can improve that efficiency of that production. Now the price received by the farmers is the implementation of market intervention scheme or direct support to the farmer, so that the farmer can get better better prices of their product. Market intervention scheme is so long implemented in the country, but in real sense it is not implemented by the state governments, because it is the 50% sharing by the state government and 50% sharing by the central government, and state government doesn't purchase if there is a decrease in or downfall in the price of a particular horticultural crop or fruits. Then government can purchase at a higher price, and they can store it and release in the market. But to over this burden, they are not implement this market intervention schemes. Direct support is there. Say, for example, PM Kisan Yojana, they are directly giving some funds to the farmers, and that will increase their income. Then the import-export decisions, in past, if we see critically, then they are mostly not in favor to the farmers. Because I can quote some example. They say, for example, in 90s, we were near about the self-sufficient to the oilseed production. And even then, the palm oil is importing, and the minimum support price for the oilseed crops were not in favorable. That's why the acreage started declining, and we are now not in a position to self-sufficiency because the government policies were not in favorable to the farmers. Second example, if the government support the gram or pulses, then now the pulse production increased from 17 millions to around 24-25 million tons because government supports that, and we have less burden of the importing the pulse from the other countries. So if government thinks, then it will be there. Similarly, the onion prices last year, a few months back, onion prices were 100 rupees a kg, and government start transacting the international market to brought some onion, and at that time this matured the transaction. That time the crop also come in the market, and again there will be a glut, and the onion prices reduced to 20 rupees or 25 rupees. So the government policy of import and export is many a times not favorable to the farmers, and to overcome these problems, there is a suggestion for the market intelligence, which is your topic also. This market, through market intelligence in terms of the production, in terms of the prices, we can help the farmers, we can help the traders, we can help the consumers also. And a successful implementation of the National Agriculture Innovation Project on market intelligence we have done. Throughout the country, 10 collaborating centers were joining, and after that, again, the NCAP also conducted this market intelligence project, and we have the skilled manpower with us and testing forecasting models. So government should enhance this market intelligence scheme for the benefit of the producer, consumer, and the traders. If we see the situation of the petty retailers or street vendors in case of the fruits and vegetables, that is the more important for me to highlight this thing, that they should be tackled differently. Because they have the minimum skill, even then low investment, even then they increase their self-employment, and they are providing the goods and services at doorstep to the needy persons. During pandemic also, we observed that fruits and vegetables are available on doorstep with these street vendors. So these are the persons who should promote, and in this case there is a minimum cost of retailing, because they need not any structure, all these things. So organized and unorganized sector in retailing should be available to all the farmers. And during COVID, these unorganized retailers, street vendors, helped and supplied fruits and vegetables to the people at their doorstep. And recently, central government also announced rupees 1,000 crores to benefit these unorganized retailers, street vendors. 10,000 loan can be taken for their thela and all these things, for the purchase of the fruits and vegetables, and they can sell it in easily in the streets. So that this sector is very important. Not only the organized Krishi Upaj Mandi Samitis and all these things, we should focus on the street vendors facilitation also. If we see the production and all these things, the importance of the horticulture sector, then some scientists have analyzed that the horticulture sector per hectare returns are 12 times more than the food grain production. Means it has the capacity to income enhancement, to increase the production. So the fruits and vegetables have an important place in our country. In the global market also, we are first in the fresh vegetable production in the world, and around 15% share of world production is contributed by the India itself. We are the largest producer of ginger and okra, second largest producer of potatoes, onion, brinjal, cauliflower, and cabbage, and first rank in production of banana, 25%, more than 25% sharing, papaya 44%, and mangoes more than 40% we are contributing in the world scenario. So these commodities are at the importance at the national and international level. If we see the production scenario of the fruits and vegetables, 2019-20 third estimates are available now, and according to this, 319.6 million tons production we expect this year, and out of this, 100 million tons in terms of the fruits and 190 million tons from contribution from the vegetables and around 3 million tons from the flowers. I am considering this flower because this is also a very important fruits and vegetable, horticulture product, and it is a life of the many people. They are survive on the flowers also, and the growth rate from 2016 to 20, we see then it is more than 3%, means every year we are increasing production by a good amount of the production. If you see the area production of horticultural crops all India figures, then the total fruits, vegetable, aromatic, medicinal, total flowers, honey, total plantation, total spices, we have increased from 311 million tons to 319.56 million tons, from 26,219,000 hectares area. If you see the top 5 states in this horticultural production, if you see consider the fruits, then the first rank to Andhra Pradesh, second to Maharashtra, and third UP, Gujarat, and Karnataka. They are contributing 17 million, 11 million, 10, 9, and 7. Similarly, in vegetables, West Bengal contributing 18 million tons of the vegetables, UP 26 million tons, Bihar 16, Maharashtra 13, Gujarat 13. Flowers, West Bengal 0.2 million, Karnataka 0.09 million, UP 0.06, Assam 0.05, Kerala 0.045, and total is 0.69 million tons. The total horticulture production, if you see, then the 5 important states in this case are UP ranks first, contributing 37.58 million tons, West Bengal 32.68 million tons, MP 31.24, Andhra Pradesh 27.84 million tons, Maharashtra 26.004 million tons, total 319.56 million tons. So these are the important states which are contributing more to the horticultural production in our country. The export potential is also very good in terms of the fruits and vegetable. Total exports during 2018-19 accounts about 10,217 crores. Out of this, 4,817 crores from the fruits, that is grape, pomegranate, mangoes, banana, and orange, and rupees 54,019 crores from vegetables, mainly from onion, mixed vegetable, potato, tomato, green chili, and export of other processed fruits and vegetable rupees 2,804.99 crores. If we consider the total export from the processed foods, it is 31,111.90 crores. That includes the dried and preserved vegetables and mango pulp, etc. If we consider now the post-COVID scenario, what happened during this after the occurrence of the COVID-19, the agricultural activities hit hard. Harvesting season, rabi crops, and sowing season of fruits and vegetables in Kharif season also hit hard. Due to long lockdown, farmers faced lot of problems in production and marketing. Perishable commodities like fruits and vegetables hit mainly, and supply chain badly affected of these because there is a complete lockdown. The transport was completely failed. That's why the supply chain badly affected, and buyers and sellers were not in a common platform because they can't reach at a common place due to the post-COVID. If you see the individual crop, fruits, vegetable, and flowers, then there is a mismatch in the specific demand and supply segment of the vegetables, blockades in transportation of the roots. The leafy vegetables suffered the most. Poor storage capacity, scientific storage with producers was not available. There was a large gap between the producer and consumer price because the middlemen have increased their margin because the producer and consumer cannot come together at a common place in the roadside and anywhere. So there is a large gap between the price, and organized market led to losses because it was completely blocked, or the transportation of the supply side was mainly disrupted. That's why these impaired strongly. If you see the fruits, then there was also the mismatch in the specific location-wise demand and supply. Production centers have more supply and the consuming centers, they don't have the supply of these fruits. Therefore, there is a gap between the demand and supply mismatch. Again, there is a blockade in the transportation routes. Highly perishable fruits suffer the most because their shelf life is very less. So, if it is not transported, not stored properly, then there will be a much more wastage in these fruits. Then limited scientific storage available with the organized sector as well as the farmers and unorganized sector. That's why it is badly suffered due to this pandemic and the situation. If the other market will be closed, then you can think of that this is the main center to collect the fruits and to disseminate to the consuming centers. When this other mandi was closed, so it was completely disturbed the supply chain and the poor processing facilities available. That's why they cannot convert these fruits available surplus fruits into the processing products. Similarly, the flowers also suffered because poor demand and high perishability. Flowers are highly perishable. Most of the temples were closed, no social functions. That's why there is a minimal demand of these flowers during this pandemic period. Lack of supply chain in this direction. If the positive side of this pandemic COVID-19, if we see, then certainly there something boost local demand for premium fruits and vegetables. The consumers demand hygienic and nutritional daily essentials because to increase the immunity, the nutritional fruits were demanded more at a premium price. They are ready to pay more price for these fruits, and exporters making strategies for the domestic market because the international market completely blocked. That's why they search the prospects buyers of this exportable quality of the fruits and vegetables, and they achieved to some extent this target, and they are supplies delivered through this Swiggy like this in Delhi and other big cities, so that whatever I am demanding at home, here I can get easily with a better quality fruits, because graded products or better quality products can be transported through these channels, and the domestic business of quality foods increased by 20% on a weekly basis. Means when international market disturbed, the international or exportable quality of the fruits and vegetables supplied in the local market, and they identified the buyers, and this increased the supply by 20% on weekly basis. If we have conducted a study on the arrivals and price of the fruits in two locations, in different locations of the Rajasthan state at 2 point of period of times. First is 1st June 2019, and the same situation in the same market what happens in 1st June 2020, and similarly 31st August in 2019 and 31st August in 2020, and the data were collected from the agmarknet.in portal, and we find that transactions reduced to a greater extent. The quantity in the market 50%. The quantity of produce as well as number of transactions in the markets reduced. Market arrivals reduced by 50 to 100% during June year-on-year, and 20 to 100% in August year-on-year. The market arrivals of papaya and apple increased during the August 2020. Means for these two fruits, the situation was improved in September month. Model prices of most of the fruits also declined to previous year's price. But in September, the prices have increased to some extent. These are the figures that 1st June 19, the total number of markets in first column, then second is the total arrivals in tons, and third is the average model price in the mandi. That for the different commodities, what was the situation. Then in 1st June 2003 and percentage change on 1st June 2020 or to 1st June 2019. And most of the places, the number of the markets also reduced in some commodities by 100%, in some 50%, 60%. In the June, the arrivals also 100%, 59%, 52%, and in some market there was no arrival of these fruits. And the prices also down, not down, but mostly the prices are increased, realized in higher segment side. If we see the fruits in August situation, then little bit positive side we will observe that the arrivals also increased in the August 2020 from as compared to 2019, but still the significant achievement not occurred. Still there is a lacking in the number of the things, and the quantity received in the markets is also decreased by 68%. If we see the scenario of the same situation in the vegetable side, in 2 points of the time, we observe that the transaction reduced to a greater extent, the quantity of produce as well as number of transaction markets reduced. Same situation in potato, onion, and tomato. Market arrivals reduced in almost all vegetables during June, while a mixed trend was observed in 31st August year-on-year basis. Difference in market prices was more pronounced in June compared to August. So in 2 years, these are the figures. You can find out the negative. The number of markets earlier 130, where these vegetables were transacted. In the June 2020, it was only 58. Similarly, 1,610,000 tons was transacted in 2019. It was only the 747, and it is reduced by 53%. So in June month, the situation was more worse than if you see the September period. In September period, the number of markets have increased for the different vegetables, and the quantity still decreased by 44.87%. Similar study was conducted by Sudhanarayanan on agri-food supply chain. She observed that severe disruption of food supply chain during lockdown period, lack of labor and machinery disrupted harvests. Surveyed 50 retailers from 14 locations across India, and some people who lost their jobs switched to vending fresh produce and groceries. Means the street vendors, they opt the job for the street vendors from their own business. Majority opened fruits and vegetable shops. Street vendors, because of no barrier on informal retail, because anyone can sell his produce on the streets, on their tellers and all these things, need not to take the permission from the Agricultural Produce Market Committee, and no need of the registration. Some farmers marketed their produce on roadside and nearby city markets. So she also observed that there was a mismatch in the supply chain. There was a lot of disruption in the demand and supply gap, and there is a scope of the street vendors in the upliftment of this situation. Now, how to respond COVID-19 in fruits and vegetable sector? First, my point is recognize supply chains. What are the supply chains? We have to recognize all these things to strengthen these, to restart these supply chains. Manage cash flow, because this without cash nothing can be done in the marketing also. So farmer requires the cash for the seed, fertilizer, and all these things, and the trader and others also require cash. So there should be an announcement in the cash flow. Communicate with all your stakeholders. Whatever you have produced, whatever you have in your stock, you identify the prospective buyers so that you can supply these stored products to the stakeholders. Stay informed about market situation in terms of the domestic market as well as in terms of the global markets. Go online and digital marketing, because in pandemic we also see that there is a possibility of the transfer of the coronavirus through the currency note. So popularize the online and digital marketing. Focus on global to local. If we are not able to export our better quality or exportable quality of fruits and vegetables, then we should identify the prospective buyers in the local market so that we can sell our better quality to the desired people who can afford the higher or premium price to these products. Join hands with the neighboring producers to reduce the cost and efficient delivery. Whatever you are producing for the transportation, you join hands in terms of the producer farmers so that the cost can be reduced and the efficiency can be increased. The changes suggested during COVID-19: aggregate the small farmers, farmer producer organizations, and reduce the transaction cost, increase in demand of fruits and vegetables. Because we have to popularize our product so that the demand in the public can be increased. Encourage primary processing units incentivize technology startups, development of agri-logistics, use of smart technology. Artificial intelligence is coming in a big way to identify, to search the people who are using this market, who are able, in search of the good quality products, also improve this agriculture marketing through the artificial intelligence. Then important measures taken or to be taken by the government. Cash and food assistance to the needy persons. Government is already doing a very good job in this direction. Then exemption of movement of farmers to carry fruits and vegetables. Earlier, some state barriers due to lockdown. Now they should free up all the farmers to move their produce from one place to the another place. Pilot project by Indian Railways to start a special good trend for movement of fruits and vegetables across the country. With this, we can move these perishable commodities in a hygienic way, in a refrigerator banks, to a distant place, so that we can reduce the demand supply gap. Relief from loan repayment of already taken loans by the fruits and vegetable farmers. That is the extension of the repayment. Then additional steps to smoothen the marketing operation. The amendment in the Essential Commodity Act 1995 to deregulate the onion potatoes from the stocking limits. Then APMC reforms law to remove barriers to trade and creating a unified national market for farm produce. Smooth functioning of supply chain. Financial assistance from institutional sources. And farm level grading and testing of fruits and vegetables. And finally, I am concluding my talk with this. The COVID-19 pandemic is an unprecedented challenge for highly populous country like India. Market reforms like bringing agriculture in concurrent list, establishing of the agricultural market council, and redefine agriculture are to be implemented. Supply of fruits and vegetables is not too worrisome, but if the situation continues, then supply chains would be disrupted across the country. Majority of the farmers face the problem in harvesting of horticulture crops and also in marketing. Farmers observe yield loss and high cost of labor and machinery. Number of markets and market arrivals of fruits and vegetables declined to a great extent, and prices realization was also low to the farmers, and the consumers has paid more. Government has recognized the challenge and taken various steps, but these responses must be beginning. The country must be prepared to scale up the preparation to keep the market functioning and ensuring the food security, which is an important aspect for in our country. Financial assistance to be provided for the agricultural production, marketing, and small scale agri business units. Promoting the use of AI in production and marketing of fruits and vegetables. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for such a nice presentation. And I'm sure that definitely whatever you told us regarding the different marketing strategies are definitely going to helpful for our audience, and definitely they will bring a massive change in the horticulture sector. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you for giving me opportunity to be among the audience. I can deliver my talk for that.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And sir, please do the stop sharing.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite our next renowned speaker, Dr. Narendra Singh sir. Dr. Singh is currently working as a professor and head Department of Agricultural Economics at eNAM College of Agriculture, Navsari Agricultural University, Gujarat. And Dr. Singh is carrying nearby 20 years of teaching and research in the field of agricultural economics. Dr. Narendra Singh has more than 50 research publications in the different journals related to having the national international repute. Some of his research publications in the field of agriculture marketing includes like work on study of integration of market for onion and potato in South Gujarat, as well marketing of medicinal and aromatic plants in selected states of India. So with this, now I would like to invite Dr. Narendra Singh sir for enriching our knowledge on the webinar theme and address us on the technological intervention in horticulture marketing in India, new initiatives and challenges. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all. Now I am sharing my presentation.
So please share your slides.
There is no sharing option.
Sir, present now. Sir.
You allow me to present.
उनका presentation यहाँ से आ गया तो यहाँ से चालू करो।
Sir, otherwise we will start your presentation from our end. You just explain. First,
आपके उधर से अलाउ करो ना.
okay, so we are trying.
मैडम सर के उसमें क्लिक करके कल उनको मैक प्रेजेंटर कर दीजिए.
हाँ, मैं प्रेजेंटेशन लाऊं.
डॉक्टर नरेंद्र सिंह के उसमें क्लिक करके मैक ही प्रेजेंटर कर दीजिए.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. We are trying. We are trying. Okay, make a
नरेंद्र सिंह सर के आवाज करो.
यहाँ पे हाँ. Yes, not here. Here.
नहीं आपने प्रेजेंट करवाना है.
No, we are not being. We are not present. Sir is going to present. Sir is going to present. We should move.
वो आएगा.
तीन करना.
तीन अच्छे.
सर
Dear audience, please be with us. We are having some technical problem. We are very soon. We are going to start.
नरेंद्र सिंह सर को बोलो तो हम यहाँ पे present करते हैं. आप आते हैं.
वो लेकिन वो कौन बोल देंगे लेकिन सर क्या बोल रहे हैं नहीं पर सर बोले कि हमें बस उनको
मैडम सर के उसमें क्लिक करके राइट हैंड क्लिक.
मैक प्रेजेंटर करना पड़ेगा.
हाँ.
So we are not getting. So can we present from here?
Okay, you can present.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. We are presenting your screen. Okay, sir. You can start.
This is the title, technological intervention. Actually वो PPT नहीं दिखा देते. Technological intervention in horticulture marketing in India, new initiatives and challenges. Next वहाँ आपको ही करना पड़ेगा. This is the scenario of India. Fruits and vegetable accounts for 92% of the total production of horticulture crops. Vegetable accounts 60.93% of the total horticulture production, and fruit accounts 31.13% of the total horticulture production. The rest of the crop like as flowers, medicinal and aromatic plants, spices, mushrooms have little contribution. Next. This is the trend of production of horticulture crops in India. You see from the table that in 2004-5, the horticulture production is 166.9 million tons of the production, which increased to 311.7 million tons of the production in 2017-18. You see from this table that the production is continuously increasing. Next. So in figure 2, leading fruits producing states of India. You see from this figure that the Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu are the major fruit producing states of the India. Andhra Pradesh contributes about the 13%. Next. This figure shows the leading vegetable producing states of India. Again, you see that the Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, and Gujarat is the major leading fruit vegetable producing states of the India. Next. This figure shows the production share of various horticulture crops. From this figure, you see that in 2017-18, 59.2% of the total horticulture production contributed by the vegetable crops, and the rest next crop is okay. This table shows the value of the output from the horticulture crops versus all agriculture crops. From this table, we can see that the percent share of the output from the horticulture to total agriculture output is 30.9%. Means the contribution increased from 29.1% to 30.9%, which is marginal increase. Next. So, government intervention in agriculture market. Policy intervention in agriculture market. India have a long history. From 1935, the APMC Act is enacted. Till the mid-1960s, it was mainly meant to facilitate the smooth functioning of the markets and to keep the check of the hoarding activities in the market. Subsequently, the country opted for a package of the direct and indirect intervention in agriculture marketing and prices. Initially, the target is for the procurement and distributions of wheat and paddy. And the present policy framework for the intervention in the agriculture market and prices can broadly group in the three categories. That is, regulatory measures, market infrastructure and institutional, and agriculture price policy. Next. This is the policy measures. Regulatory measures include the development and regulation of the wholesale markets in India and adoption of the legal instruments for the regulation of agriculture marketing and trade. Agriculture Produce Marketing Committee Regulation Act was formed and it will applied in all over the country. All wholesale markets for the agriculture produce in the states that have adopted the APMC Act are termed as regulated markets. With the exemptions of the Kerala, Jammu and Kashmir and Manipur, all other states have enacted APMC Act. Next. This is the existing market structure in India. So there are two types of the market: wholesale market, that is in APMCs. This is the regulated market and regulated auctions. This market have principal market yards and sub market yards. The second market is rural periodic markets. This is unorganized markets. This is the informal retail or small lot scale markets. The agency is farmer agents and intermediaries involved in these markets. Next. So Model Act come in 2003. Under the Model APMC Act, the private sector and cooperatives can be licensed to set up markets. The Model Act also provides for the contract farming and direct marketing by the private players. Except for few states, all the states and UTs have either fully or partially adopted the Model APMC Act. As a result of the Model Act, the proportion of the private trade and contract farming had increased many folds in some parts of the country. However, the Model Act so far has not succeeded in persuading the private sector or cooperative to set up agriculture marketing infrastructure as an alternative to the state-owned mandi system. Next. This is the current position of reforms done by the states in the line of the Model APMC Act 2003. In 22 states, there is a provision of the e-trading, single trade licensing, single point levy, market fees, and in 21 states, There is a provision of direct marketing, setting up of mandis in private sectors, and there is a provision of declaration of warehouse cold storage as a market subyard only in 6 states, and 7 states have segregation of regulations from the operations. Next. Recently, one bill passed by the parliament. This is the bill produced. The name is Produce, Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Bill 2020. Cabinet approached the Farming, Produce, Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Ordinance in 2020. In background, we can say that the farmers in India today suffers from lot of restrictions from the present APMC structure. So government carry this bill to remove the fruits. The farmers are also restricted to sell the produce only for the registered license of the state governments. Further barriers exist in the free flow of the agriculture produce between various states owing to the prevalence of various APMC legislations enacted by the state governments. Next. So these are the benefits of this new bill. The ordinance will create an ecosystem where the farmers and traders will enjoy the freedom of the choices of the sale and purchase of the agri-produce. It will also promote various free interstate trade of the produce, and it will open some more choices for the farmers, reduce marketing cost and for the farmers, and help them in getting better prices. It will also help farmers of the region with surplus produce to get better prices and consumers of the region with the shortage low prices. The farmers will not be charged any cess or levy for their sale of the produce. This is one of the benefit. And the aim of the bill is one India, one market, one agriculture market. So this is the aim of this current bill. Next. Then we come to the role of the wholesale fresh produce markets for fruits and vegetables. Majority of the fruits and vegetables in this country are currently marketed through the open market transaction system under the conventional APMC regulations. Market yards are set up under the APMC Acts, are playing a vital role in terms of the price discovery as well as the product aggregation and disaggregation along the chains. Our traditional wholesale markets have not changed adequately to meet the new technology or new infrastructure, like some of the supermarkets offered as a third generation markets, increasingly being replaced by the contract farming and direct purchase from the growers. But traditionally, wholesale APMC markets still important for the small retailers and small growers. Next. Next. These are the some photographs of the wholesale APMCs of fruits and vegetables. Next. This is the photographs of the APMC Surat. Next. So this is the mechanism for the making APMC vibrant. How we make the APMCs more vibrant. For this, we can ensure open auction systems, buyers competition with the more licenses, better facilities, e-payment of the market fees, producers company representation in the APMC management, denotification of the commission agent and Haratyas. APMC markets are important for the small farmers as they serve as a competitor to contract and contact farmings and can help improve the terms offered by the retail chains to growers as contract or contact prices are benchmarked to the APMC prices. In this, we can also increase the infrastructure facilities of the market so that the fruits and vegetable can store for a longer time. We can also arrange for the direct marketing such as Apni Mandi, that is the farmer consumer market. Next. We have one problem in the horticulture marketing system. There is a multi-prolonged supply chain for the horticulture produce. market yard purchases cannot be coordinated along the whole chain, so necessary for the several fruits and vegetables. There is a long marketing channels. There is a number of intermediaries in the supply chain of the horticulture produce marketing. So there should be a mechanism for the direct marketing, and contract farming can be used in the different context as appropriate. Modern terminal market we can also use with the anchor and buyers at the front end, and the crop management program with the farmers at the back end can play similar roles. Next. Next. This is the figure showing the multi-pronged supply chain for the horticulture produce. There are two marketing systems: open market transaction systems, and second is privately coordinated supply chains. So there are some point of the interventions in these marketing system: institutional linkage between producer and suppliers, then the cluster development, farmer interest group and producers organized can be formed. In APMC reforms, we can say that there should be a provision of direct marketing, allow contract farming, improve management controls, etc. Next. Or to increase the marketing efficiency of fruits and vegetables, there is some initiatives taken by the government of India and state governments. The following provisions have been made by the government to improve the marketing efficiency of fruits and vegetables, such as first is the establishment of the private markets, second is establishment of the modern terminal markets, third is the provision of the direct marketing such as Surat malls in Surat, and the contract farming and the electronic trading such as eNAM platform. Next. So we come to the establishment of the private market, which can help to increase the marketing efficiency. So government of Gujarat in 2008 licensed 3 companies, but all the 3 companies are tasked to establish the private market yards in Gujarat. So these are is far from being realized. Next. Next. Hello, next. This is the state-wise progress of the private markets. Number of private market license issued by the government of Maharashtra is 43. This is the last year data, and the Gujarat issued the 27 license, and Rajasthan issues 9 license, and Karnataka issues only 3 license of the private markets. Next. This is the concept of the modern terminal market (MTM). To create a professionally managed alternative market system to bridge the gap in existing supply chain of perishable produce. Terminal market complex introduced under the NHM is conceived to be set up in the public-private partnership models. So this is the this figure shows the concept of the modern terminal markets. Yet we are far behind from the implementation of the modern terminal markets in India. Next. So next we come to the direct marketing. So direct marketing by the farmers is being encouraged as an innovative channel. Some examples of these channels are Apni Mandi, Khadaspur Mandis, Raitu Bazars, Mujawar Sandhis, Vasak Bazars, which are established by the state governments and Odisha and also managed by the APMCs. These channels are mostly adopted in the sales transaction of the fruits and vegetables and flowers, which are highly perishable in the nature. And in this channel, the producer quickly move from farmer to directly to the consumers. So their marketing efficiency is more in this channel. Next. Next. So this table shows the government initiatives for the direct marketing of fruits and vegetables, such as we already discussed about the Raitu Bazaar. The Raitu Bazaar were initiated by the government of Andhra Pradesh on January 26, 1999. And Apni Mandi, the Punjab and Haryana established the Apni Mandi in mid-1990s. And Unjawar Sandhi initiated in November 1999 to establish direct contact between consumer and farmer in Tamil Nadu. And Hadajpur vegetable market established for the direct marketing in Pune. Tatkari Bazar also established for the direct contact in Maharashtra. Then Krasak Bazar, government of Odisha established the Krasak Bazars. In this table, we show that the state-wise license issued for the direct marketing. So Maharashtra government issues 219 licenses for the direct marketing. Karnataka state issued 37 market licenses. Himachal Pradesh issues 12 licenses. Punjab issues 11 licenses. So this is the situation of direct marketing licenses issued by various governments. Next. Hello, next. This figure shows the APMC mall, which is an example of the direct marketing. This table shows the private retail markets. There are number of private retail markets. We can also say that there are some supermarkets which have direct to supply to the consumers. जैसे कि नीलगिरी established in 1971, then Margin Free, Spencer, Subixa, Woodwards, Q-Marts, Food Bazaar, Metro Cash and Carry, all are established under the private retail markets. They are also called as the supermarkets. Next. So My Dollars, ShopRite, Star India Bazaar, Reliance India, Spinach, Max Hypermarkets, Bharti One, Bharti Walmart, Birla More, and JioMart recently opened. These are the markets which are purchased, produced from the farmers and directly sell to the consumers. Next. Then we come to the role of the farmers organization in fruits and vegetable markets. So cooperative have a major role in fruits and vegetable marketing in some of the states. For the successful cooperative marketing societies for the fruits and vegetables are Mahagrapes in Maharashtra, Cooperative Marketing Pomegranate, and Cooperative Marketing Banana in Jalgaon districts. In Gujarat, we have Amalsad and Gandevi Cooperative Marketing Societies, which deals for the mango and chiku. In Maharashtra, there Hopcoms is also available in Bangalore for the cooperative marketing of the fruits and vegetables. Next. So there is a provision of the contract farming in the Model Act APMC 2003. So the objective of the Model Act is to achieve the consistent quality of the produce, to achieve regular supply of the produce, and to improve the quality of the produce, and to establish the agro produce, raw produce price not affected by the market prices. This is the aim or objective of the contract farming in India. Next. This is the state-wise progress of the contract farming. Very little progress made in the fruits and vegetables, only in the Maharashtra and in some states there is a provision of the contract farming, and there is some companies engage in the contract farming. Next. This is the PPP model suggested for the APMC. So public-private partnership, if we go for this, this model is successful for the fruits and vegetable marketing. Next. And for the technological intervention, we also need market information system improvement and market intelligence improvement. So market information in respect of the agriculture includes horticulture produce is collected by the Directorate of Agriculture Marketing (DAC) the government of India through the AgMarkNet project. So AgMarkNet project is connected with the all mandis, and the mandis staff uploaded the data to the AgMarkNet portal. NSB also collect the fruits and vegetable prices and arrivals data from the selected markets and uplinks the same on its own websites. So the
Dear audience, I think there is some technical issue. So just be with us.
hello, madam. There is a power failure. Hello, next.
Yes, sir.
there लाइट चली गई थी मैडम, इंटरनेट डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया.
Okay, sir.
नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. Electronic spot exchanges. There are some role of the electronic spot exchanges in the agriculture marketing. Some exchanges like FTIL, MCX and NAPED joined together to get the presentation here. Jointly together to set up a national spot exchange limited to provide a national wide electronic trading platforms in India. So NSEL to provide the state of the art trading, delivery and settlement facilities which can be accessed from the across the countries electronically. It is help in realizing the best possible price at the time of the sale for the agriculture produce. And this is an alternative market for the sale of the farm produce. This facilitates the trade and payment guarantee to the farmers. Next. There is a recently government of India introduced the Export Inspection Council in order to promote the easy of the agricultural exports from India. The government launches digital initiatives by Export Inspection Council. For this, 3 portals have been developed to reduce the transaction time and cost in an effective and transparent manners for the safe food export traceability, single laboratory for accreditation and approval, for monitoring export alerts from the importing regulator. This is a online facilities available by the government of India. Recently this introduced. Next. So this is a new initiative, the digital mandi initiatives in India, such as eNAM platform, which is linked by the number of APMCs in India. IPCO mandi is also introduced in India. Artificial intelligence in the farming. Kisan Suvidha and Pusa Kranti mobile app developed. Meghdut is also a digital market. AgMarkNet provides the price information. Kisan Mandi Online Agri Market Private Limited provides the digital marketing facilities. So BSNL and IIT Kanpur aims to provide current rate of crops to farmers so they can choose suitable time and market to sell their crops for maximum. They uh, develop a digital mandi app. So this is about the digitization of the mandis in India. Next, now we come to the eNAM implementation. How or what the eNAM is implemented. Farmers can so easy their sell their produce online from their nearest market, and traders can quote prices from anywhere. Results in increasing numbers of the traders and greater competition. This ensures the open price discovery and better returns to the farmer. So from this figure, we can see that the eNAM is increasing year by year. This time, this is the 1000 APMCs connected with the eNAM platform. Next. So this map shows the APMCs connected with the state-wise APMCs connected with the eNAM platform. In Rajasthan, 144 APMCs connected with the eNAM. In Gujarat, 122. In UP, 125. In MP, 80. And in Maharashtra, 118 APMCs are connected with the eNAM platforms. Next. So marketing reforms a must for the horticulture. So there are some important functions and which enables the effective value chain for the horticulture produce in India. These are the some functions such as integration, value addition, infrastructure development, market development, research and development. If we enable these functions more effectively, we can increase the marketing efficiency of the horticulture produce. Next. Next, this is the primary retail agri market center to organize the village level handling of the fruits and vegetables. With the help of the government of India, which can establish the primary local sales at the village level, bulk transaction levels at the market level, and finally value realization from the agriculture produce. This is the concept developed by the Niti Aayog. Next. So we come to the conclusion. In order to increase the income of the farmer and promote the role of the private sector in agriculture marketing, there is a need to improve the existing APMCs for better realization of the producers' share in consumers' rupee. We can also imperative to make our APMCs more vibrant and strong in terms of the infrastructure management and transparency. It is essential to facilitate the development of the marketing infrastructure through the private sector investments. We can also create some avenues for the alternative marketing channels for farmers for the sale transactions of their produce where the prices are remunerative to them. Both public and private retail markets have to adopt the new marketing models to enhance the distributional efficiency of the marketing system. Therefore, there is an immediate need to replicate such models in the much larger scale to cover not only the cities but also the interior villages in the country for the purchase and sale of horticulture produce in India. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for elaborating the technical aspects of agricultural marketing in Indian country Dear students, faculty members, ladies and gentlemen, now let me take the opportunity to introduce our next prominent speaker, Dr. K.P. Thakur. Dr. Thakur is currently working as in-charge professor and head Department of Agricultural Economics and Agricultural Management, PP College of Agriculture, SDU Gujarat. Dr. Thakur is multidimensional personality. Apart from this, his academic responsibilities, he holds the position of Directorate of Student Welfare. Dr. Thakur is having near about 20 years of teaching and research experience in the field of agriculture economics. And apart from this, Dr. Thakur is having research specialization in the field of agriculture marketing, production economics, and trade aspects. So with this, now I would like to invite Dr. KP Thakur to provide us the key insight on the export of major seed spices from India. Over to you, sir.
Hello, my presentation is visible, madam?
Yes, sir. It is right now.
Hello.
Yeah, it is visible, sir.
Okay, my presentation is visible, madam. Hello, am I audible?
Audible.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay, okay.
Clearly, you are audible.
Okay, okay. Thank you for introducing me.
Okay.
Good morning to one and all. In this pandemic situation, we know that the agriculture export is one of the shining sector during COVID-19. Agriculture, we know that agriculture is the backbone of Indian economy as it provides food to its millions of the mouth and the raw materials to the industries. But despite being the biggest producer, India's contribution to the world global agriculture export is very small. World export is 70,000 billion US dollar, and according to CIA report, the China ranked first with 2,159 billion US dollar business, and India ranked 21 in the around 300 billion US dollar business. The India's contribution to the global agriculture export is very small. If we look the scenario of the last decade, the India's total export has been increased from 2009-10 to 2013-14. After that, it was stagnant and declined. Then government has introduced new export policy 2015-20, and after that, export has increased. Now, government is going to introduce new export policy, and we hope that it will provide good infrastructure so our export can boost, as well as creation of good employment and increasing value addition in the country. As far as our Indian sales in the total export has been concerned, that I already told, that is only 1.87%. Now, India's export of goods and services as percentage of GDP is near about 20%, and few years back it was near about 25%. Now, agriculture export has been increased from 0.85 lakh crores to 2.69 lakh crores during last decade at the growth rate 10.68%, and India's agriculture export share to the total export is around 10 to 12% during last decades. India's agriculture export to the world export, share of Indian agriculture export to the world export is 2.3, and in 2000 it was 1.1%. Now, percentage share of marine product is highest of the agriculture export from India then followed by spices, cotton, castor, and other commodities. But as far as the today's topic has been concerned, the export of spices is more than 10%. The growth of the export of spices is more than 10%, percentage says. Now, these are the top 10 exporting destination in which our agriculture export are being exported. USA, China, Iran, Vietnam, UAE, Saudi Arabia likewise. Except USA, if we see the other countries, they are generally neighboring countries, or we can say that South Asian countries or Arabian countries. That means our agriculture export is concentrated countries, developed countries. Now, these are the agriculture commodity having high and stable growth rate. Marine products, chili, spices, cumin, curry powder. Likewise, if you see the cumin, the growth rate is 24%. That means export of demanded of the cumin seed increased 24% per annum. And these are the high growth rate commodity. If anybody want to start their new business, new export business, so they can focus on this commodity. These are the high but unstable growth rate. Growth rate is no doubt high, but demand is not stable. So somewhat risk is there. The commodities like buffalo meat, garlic, ginger, sugar, potato, like this. Low but stable growth rate. These are the commodities: turmeric, basmati rice, coffee, onion, like this, cucumber. Low growth rate is low, but stable. That means if anybody want to do the business, go into the export business, so they can also focus on this commodity. Low but unstable growth rate. Growth rate is low but unstable, means very high, demand is very high, export demand is very high, fluctuating. The commodity like tomato, guar gum, dairy products, groundnut, like this. During the pandemic has increased 18% in June 2020, while other merchandise the growth is declined at the rate of 12.4%. And few days back, when I was read the newspaper, I noticed that in September 2020, the overall agriculture export has a record break with 43.4% as compared to the September 2019. And the major key role commodities are generally spices and medicinal crops. And 20% plant and extract has been increased after COVID-19. And this situation happened due to the wellness and health boom in advanced market, especially in this COVID-19. These are the promising sectors: food ingredients, frozen food, and medicinal, organic food, like this. Now, growth and prospect of the export of major seed spices. We know that India is the leading producer, consumer, as well as exporter, and it meets nearly half of the global demand. And generally, our spices are used for flavoring, seasoning, and imparting aroma in variety of the foods and beverage item, and also used in pharmaceutical and cosmetic industries. The major seed spices generally grown in India are cumin, coriander, fenugreek, and fennel. In India, the Rajasthan and Gujarat are the major seed spices growing state. It contributes 80% of the seed spices products in the country. Now, these are the major seed spices which are exporting from India. Among these, the cumin contribution is 72%, then followed by fennel, coriander, and fennel. Now, the first is cumin, because today we are focusing only the major seed spices. The first is cumin. The cumin is generally known as jeera, and India is the largest producer of the cumin in the world, and it contributes 70% in the global cumin production. These are the major cumin growing states, Gujarat and Rajasthan. And as far as the area has been concerned, the Rajasthan ranked first, and the production has been concerned, the Gujarat ranked first due to the high productivity of the cumin crop. If you look at the export basket of Indian cumin, the Indian cumin in the form of black seeds, other than black seeds, powder, oil, and oleaginous. Among these, the other than black seeds contribution is very high. Now, growth in export of cumin seeds from India during last decade, in quantity term, the growth rate is 18.25%, and in value term, that is 23.80%. Means there is a tremendous chance of the export of the cumin from India, and is considered as a spices hub, and Unja APMC is the largest APMC of the in the Asia. These are the major export destinations in which our cumin seeds are being exported: Vietnam, USA, Bangladesh, UAE, Malaysia, Spain, likewise. Among these, our exporter got a higher price from USA and UK. These are the major exporting countries: India, Syria, Turkey, UAE, likewise. Among these, the Indian contribution is 70% in the world market, and Vietnam, Bangladesh, USA, and Egypt, these are the major importing countries of the cumin seeds in the world market. This matrix is very important because this matrix shows how much quantity and where the cumin seeds transferred from moves from one country to the another country. In the second column of the countries, they are the importing countries, and the row shows the exporting countries. Vietnam, the contribution of the Vietnam in total import, that is 23%, and among these 99% they import from India. Say for example USA, the percentage sales of USA, they import from 3%, and among these 81% they import from India. That means if you see the table, so you can observe that majority of the country, they import cumin seeds from India. Now fennel is generally known as crop, and in Ayurveda it is said to be a Vatanuloma. That means brings down the gas from the intestine. In India, generally we use major state in India are Gujarat and Rajasthan. As far as the India production and productivity has been concerned, the Gujarat ranked first. As far as the value term has been concerned, 95% of the fennel seeds are being exported in the form of seeds, then powder and oil and oleaginous. Growth in export of funnel from India during last decade. In value term, that is 22.89%, in quantity term, that is 18.27%. Means there is a tremendous chance of the export of green seeds from the India. Export in which panel are being exported, the Vietnam, Malaysia, USA, Saudi Arabia, UAE, UK. Among these, USA, UK, and Canada, they offer the higher price to our exporters. These are the major exporting countries of cumin seeds in the world basket. India, Vietnam, Syria, China, fennel seeds in the world basket. These are the major importing countries of the fennel: India, Germany, USA, Vietnam. India is acting as both a good exporter as well as good importer countries. Now, India says, again, this matrix is shows that India import 14% of the seeds, fennel, from the world market. Among these, India import 40% quantity from Vietnam, then USA, then Malaysia, likewise. As far as the USA has been concerned, USA import 11% of the quantity of the fennel from the world basket, and among these 20% they import from India. Now, third one is the coriander. The coriander, then generally commonly known as a dhania, and coriander powder is used as a flavoring agent in number of pharmaceutical preparation, and especially the digestive medicine. And India is the world largest producer of the coriander, and India contributes around 50 to 60% of the total world production. These are the coriander growing state in our country: Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and Assam, in which as far as the area has been concerned, area and production has been concerned, the Rajasthan ranked first, but the productivity has been concerned, the Gujarat ranked first. Generally, coriander are exported in the form of seeds, powder, and oil and oleises. There is a high demand of the coriander powder in the world market, so new exporter or any exporter can focus on this also. Now, growth and instability of export of coriander from India during last decade, the growth is increased in the value term, that is 13.24%, and in quantity term, the growth is 2.35% during last decade. These are the major exporting countries of the coriander seeds: India, Russia, Syria, likewise. And again, India is also a importing countries, and major importing countries in the world basket is India, Malaysia, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Egypt, likewise. Major export destination in which our coriander seeds are being exported: Malaysia, UAE, Saudi Arabia, UK, USA, likewise. Among these, our exporter got higher price from UK and USA. Again, this matrix, the second, that is column, indicate the importing countries, and the row indicate the exporting countries. As far as the coriander seed has been concerned, India import 22% of the, and among these 60% India import from Russia, and 20% India import from Italy. Likewise, USA and other countries, the share of the USA in the world import market is 3%, but among these 50% USA import from Canada and 25% USA import from India. This is about the coriander powder. You see the major exporting countries of the coriander powder in the world basket is India, Canada, Russia, Germany, UAE likewise. But India's sales is 45% in the world basket. That means there is tremendous chance of export of coriander powder in the world market. And South Africa, UK, Malaysia, USA, and UAE, these are the major importing countries of the coriander powder in the world market. See the matrix of the coriander powder, where the coriander powder and how much quantity they move from one country to the another country. The South Africa import 10% of the coriander powder from the world basket. Among these, 97% of the quantity of the coriander powder they import from India. You see the table, the matrix is very interesting. Most they import coriander powder from India. Now, fenugreek, generally commonly known as a methi, and fenugreek is used both as a food and food additive as well as in medicine also. And the powder of fenugreek seeds are used in preparation of many Ayurvedic medicines. These are the major fenugreek growing state in India: Rajasthan, Gujarat, Haryana, likewise. But as far as the area and production has been concerned, the Rajasthan ranked first. The contribution of the Rajasthan in the total countries, Rajasthan covers near about 70% of the area of the fenugreek in the country. Now, fenugreek are being exported in the form of seeds, powder, and oleaginous. Generally, the major factor that is fenugreek are being exported in the form of seed. Now, growth in export of fenugreek from India in value term, that is near about 16.76%, and in quantity term, that is 7.32%. Now, these are the major export destinations in which our fenugreek seeds are being exported from India. That is UAE, Yemen, USA, Saudi Arabia, Sri Lanka, likewise. Among these, USA and Japan offer the higher price to our exporters. Seed spices opportunity after COVID-19. The China's negative image on international forum. So majority of the country, they switch over from China. So there is a great opportunity to capture this market. Now, awareness on health benefits of the spices, especially in this pandemic, that already discussed by the speakers. And we all know that after pandemic, the consumption of spices and medicinal plant is medicinal product is increased. So there is a tremendous opportunity in the domestic market as well as export market in this also. And huge demand in overseas market due to increase in the ready-to-food products like turmeric, latte, energy bar, energy drink. And now I come to the conclusion. Most of the point that I have discussed during my discussion, but looking to the pandemic scenario, seed spices and medicinal plant is going to suit in future. And India has a good potential for increase in export of the seed spices. And India can capture the developed countries also if the quality is improved. And the last point is, and The authentic research is needed to give thrust to the export. To be more precise, consumer preference oriented research need to be focused and studied so as to boost the export regarding this. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your insightful talk on this crucial topic. And Dr. Thakur emphasized on the need of quality improvement of seed spices to boost the export potentials. So thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, madam.
Now, dear audience, we have another eminent speaker with us, Dr. Raka Saxena, and I'm very happy to have you, ma'am, on board today. Before joining to ICR, National Institute of Agricultural Economics and Policy Research, New Delhi, she served the ICR Premier Institute, NDRA Karnal, and GBPIT Pantnagar University as a faculty member. She is presently working on the project of doubling the farmer income in the country and has extensively contributed to the doubling farmers income report as well. She has many research publications, including journal, policy papers, working papers, and books to her credit. She has worked as consultant to many organizations like Ministry of Commerce, OECD, France, etc. She has been associated to the leading professional associations as member and has received awards for her research contributions. Besides this, she has done extensive work in the field of market intelligence, and today she will be address us on market intelligence and price volatility in context to the horticulture sector. So, with this, now I would like to invite Dr. Raka Saxena, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Lakshmi. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to now share my screen from here. Please let me know when you are able to see the screen. Huh?
Okay, ma'am.
नहीं आगे बंद करो मारो नहीं पामारू कर नाखे
Raka madam क्या है
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Lakshmi, I would request you to run the presentation from there itself because I am finding some difficulty from here.
Okay, ma'am. Fine. We are presenting.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And I would, as discussed by Lakshmi, I would be speaking largely on the market intelligence and price volatility in the context of horticultural crops in India. And the presentation would talk basically about the scenario of horticulture in the country. Next, please. Yeah. The presentation would talk about the current horticulture scenario, its composition, what kind of volatility we are observing, the price trends, and we would talk in detail about the onion story, onion price crisis, which is continuously happening in a recursive manner in the country. So we would talk about that in detail, and then we will talk about something about potato and tomato as well. and then we will talk about that what kind of strategies would be helpful in controlling these kinds of situation. Next, please. We can look at this pyramid. This is, giving us the pyramid. This is giving us some kind of situation. We have two kinds of pyramids there. One is one on the left hand side. The second is on right hand side. One on the left hand side, that is giving us the area share, and the pyramid on the right hand side is giving us the value share. You can look here that this is the share of horticulture. Horticulture, this is the share in net crop area, particularly for the triennium ending 2014-15, but we have now revised it. This is around 12 to 13% in area, and value share of horticulture is 23%. So you can see that horticulture crops are really high value crops, and we can fetch really a very high premium from horticulture crops. On the contrary, you can see here the share of rice, wheat, and maize crop, which is around 42% in the area, but its share in the value is around only 20%. So we can compare the traditional cereals vis-a-vis the horticulture crop, which are high value crop. So there is a lot of difference in the area share as well as value share. Next, please. Now we can see here that this sector, if we talk about horticulture sector, you can see here the green bars show the horticulture production in the country. And this is a little bit old data till 2016-17. We can see here the horticulture sector has surpassed now, particularly after 2008-9. You can see here that horticulture production is much higher than the food grain production in the country. So this horticulture sector is emerging as a very important sector for agricultural growth in the country. Next, please. If you look at the share, how yielding is horticulture in terms of returns. This we computed on the basis of situation assessment survey of agricultural households, that how much return a farmer gets in cereal crops vis-a-vis returns in horticulture. And you can see here the values are more than 1 in most of the cases. And this we worked out that small and marginal farmers, they also earn high in comparison to cereals from horticulture crops, particularly fruits, vegetable. And you can see here Bihar, which is the state, is one of the lowest income state in the country. The farmers here are also able to earn much higher as compared to cereal crops in these low income states also. But it's very important, that horticulture needs to be given due logistic support and the due policy support to sustain in long run. Next, please. If we look at the production dynamics, we can see here that there has been visible change in the output, particularly if you look at the case of horticulture. You can see there has been a visible change in the output of vegetable crops. Vegetable crops now are becoming very important, and few states like Uttarakhand, Himachal, they have very good scope for off-season vegetables in the country. But there has been a sluggish growth in case of vegetables after 2010-11. But overall, the growth has been positive and very appreciable growth in horticulture output from the country, particularly the vegetable component. But at the same time, next please. But at the same time, horticulture sector remains, the production remains. Next please. Horticulture production remains highly volatile in the country. You can look here the cereal output, which is very much stable, only 11.5% coefficient of variation. And then fruits and vegetables, they have very high variability as compared to the other sectors. Cereals, but pulses became quite volatile during the recent years, and the output, and now we have reached from 17 to 18 million tons to around 24-25 million tons. But there was there were a few years where the production was a little variable in pulses, but these sectors are quite stable as compared to the horticulture sector, which we talk about when we talk about the output from horticulture sector. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. If you look at the cropping pattern, the recent growth in vegetable and pulses has been very positive. This is the share. We have discussed this about in the previous slide also. There has been positive growth in acreage under vegetables. So, but if you look at in recent years, there has been very positive growth in case of vegetables. You can see during 2001 to 2010-11, vegetable area growth increased by around 4.1%. And after that, for around 6 to 7 years, it increased by around 3%, and making the cumulative growth of around 3.7% in the entire production area growth in vegetables. There was negative growth in fruits area during the recent year, but the overall growth in fruit was also appreciable, which was quite close to vegetable area growth in the country. Next, please. If you look at the composition of horticulture in the country, we find that vegetables occupy around 60% share in the entire horticulture output. And the vegetables, among the vegetables, three vegetables are most important, and these are the top of policy affairs these days, which we call as potato, tomato, and onion. These occupy around 50% share in the entire vegetable basket in the country. And these are extremely important in terms of, the price volatility. Particularly, onion is extremely important for the country as a whole. Next, please. Next, please. So we will talk about the price trends, how the price trends in onion and vegetables and pulses have moved over a period of time. We can see in this slide that after 2011-12, we can see that there was huge price volatility in case of pulses as well as vegetables. This is the annual data, but when we look at the monthly data, we find this volatility much more revealing and much more. The seasonality component, the irregularity component is much more evident in case of monthly price data. Next, please. Here you can see that the spikes are getting. When we look at the individual vegetable crop, potato, onion, and tomato, you can see that the price spikes are highly evident here. In terms of aggregate vegetable prices, the spikes were not that visible, but here we can see that how price volatility is extremely prominent in case of potato, onion, and tomato crop. Next, please. If you look at the decomposition of price analysis, we can see here that these two commodities, potato and onion, if we decompose the price series into seasonality, trend, and irregular variations, you can see that the component of seasonal variation is very high. And also in case of onion, the irregular variations are also extremely important. So the variation is mainly decomposed into some kind of irregular variation and largely attributed to the seasonal variation in case of onion and potato both. Now when we look, next please. When we look at entire production basket of these two crops in the country, we find that in case of onion, 5 states are largely dominating the onion production in the country: Bihar, Gujarat, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra. And similarly, Bihar is the emerging state in India, in both, particularly in onion production in the country. Next, please. Next. If we look at the onion production in the country, we find that onion production has increased, particularly after 2003-04. You can see there has been a spectacular increase in onion production after 2003-04. And despite yield being almost consistent after 2008-09, but production has increased, and this has been achieved. But there has been, you can see here, there has been volatility can be witnessed in case of production also, onion production. You can see there was jump in 2008-09, then there was dip in 2009-10, again jump for 2 years, and then dip, jump, dip. And so the volatility can be witnessed in case of onion production. And this volatility largely causes the price volatility in the country. Next, please. If you look at this geographic distribution, I told that states like Maharashtra, 1/3 of the onion production in the country is coming from Maharashtra. And then we have Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Bihar is also upcoming state in onion production in the country. And what is the major, I mean, when we talk about onion production in the country, and in terms of geographic expansion, in terms of seasonal distribution, we find that Maharashtra is basically known for the Rabi onion production. The Nasik belt in Maharashtra is largely responsible for most of the Rabi onion production in the country. And you would notice in our later slides that the component of volatility is largely attributed to the variation in onion production in this Nasik belt of the country. Karnataka onion has a USP for being part of Kharif production. And when we have this Rabi onion in the country is about to exhaust in the country, states like which are rich in Kharif production, they enrich our supply chains. They strengthen our supply chains with the Kharif supply, and then so that the supplies are maintained throughout the year. Next, please. So if you look at the onion production concentration in the country, we find that if the share of 5 states, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh, these 5 states contributed around 74% onion production share in the country in triennium ending 2002-03. And in triennium ending 2016-17, Bihar emerged as one of the major states. Andhra Pradesh, which was contributing around 10% share in 2003, the share of Bihar replaced Andhra with a share of around 6% in the production basket. And this concentration has been increasing over a period of time. We can see here that there is a linear trend in the onion production concentration. Next, please. Yeah. So you can see that the onion, if you look at the growth and variability in onion area in production and productivity, we find that the onion area production productivity, the growth is high. The growth is extremely high, and wherever the growth is high, variability is also high. So the high growth in onion production is accompanied with high variability in area production and productivity. So we need to actually control this variability in the country to have its impact on the price transmission. Because whenever we have some kind of variability or volatility in the output, that volatility is immediately transmitted to the prices across the country. And then immediately we notice that the prices start jumping, and the impact is transmitted throughout all the markets. Next, please. This is the season, and this green one shows the peak season, and the yellow one shows the lean season. And you can see that April is the bulk peak season for onion, and this is a time when most of the Rabi onion starts coming in the country. And this Rabi onion feeds entire country for around 6 months, starting from April to, let's say, September, and then Kharif supplies start coming. So we have to see, we have to understand the supply dynamics to have regular supplies throughout. Next, please. Onion consumption has also seen very positive change, particularly during the recent years. If we look at the trends in production and net availability of onion, so we have been closely exporting around 10% of onion which we are producing. But the consumption has also increased. Next, please. Consumption has also increased, and particularly in the states like in India, in rural India, the consumption has increased from 0.56 kg per capita monthly consumption to around 0.84 kg per month per capita. And the same has increased in rural and urban India from 0.72 kg per month per person to around 0.95 kg per person per capita in 2011-12. So there has been tremendous increase in onion production also. We eat onion. Onion is part of our daily diet, either in cooked form or fresh form or any other form. Yeah. So onion exports also have been continuously increasing, but these exports are subject to the volatility which we face in onion production. So whenever we have volatility in production, the volatility is reflected in price, and then considering the price scenario in the country, the policy changes are being made in the country. And policy changes are largely in the form of two things. One is that restricting or banning the export of onion, or there is another that we put some kind of restriction on export, that we have minimum export price. If we raise that minimum export price to such a high level that the country is not able, I mean the exporters, they find it difficult to export the onions. So these restrictions also lead to volatility in our exports over a period of time. But recently, in the recent few years, in 1 year we exported as high as close to 3.5 million tons of onion. So that is the story, that our exports are increasing in case of onion, but of course being very volatile. Now, if we look at the entire supply chain of onion, we find that close to 85% of onion comes into a food supply, and 5% is lost during the supply chain, and close to 10%, as I discussed, close to 10% are being exported. So that's how the supply chain of onion is moving. Next. Yeah. So this is the data. What kind of marketing system do we have for onion in the country? If you look at the onion marketing, this is also done on the basis of situation assessment survey of agricultural households. If we look at this this onion supply chain, we find that for all the other crops, we find that traders and APMCs are the major agencies for onion disposition in the country. Largely, it is disposed to the APMC market, but so in some cases, Rabi onion, you can see that in some cases it is 100% is sold to the local trader. Particularly in Gujarat and Bihar. Bihar, we understand that the APMC Act is repealed, so there is no option to sell in APMC. So entire produce is sold to the trader. But you can see across the state we have huge price variation in terms of the price realization across agency, across the state, across season. The price differs. So this price difference is we need to capture why this volatility is coming across the state. Is it due to the seasonal component? Is it due to some kind of irregular variability, or what kind of factors which are attributing to this kind of volatility? And on an average, we can see that Maharashtra, which is the highest onion producing state in the country, there around 6 tons of onion are being disposed during the season per day by a farm household. Next, please. This is the price trend in onion. Next, please. So I told about the how the onion exports are regulated. These are regulated largely through through banning the exports and imposing the minimum export price on onion. Next. And onion export policy after 2010, from 2010 we have been recursively facing the onion price crisis in the country. Sometimes the prices go too high, sometimes the prices go too low. And 2019 was such a year that we faced both extremes in 1 year. That in January the prices were too low for onion crop, close to around 10 rupees per kg or so. But the same year, later part of the year, the prices rose very high. So 2011 onwards, if you find that there has been a lot of regulations in terms of policy, so putting the minimum export price raising in 2013. If you look at the next table, if you look at the data, you find that during November 2013, as high as $1,150 per ton MEP was imposed on exporting onions. So this was very high price which was imposed on exporting onions. You can see that the value decreased later on. But when we have a special provision for 2 exportable varieties of onion, which are largely export oriented, these are Bangalore rose onion and Krishnapuram onion from Karnataka. These are largely export oriented varieties, and so the government is giving some kind of relaxation on export of these items because we don't have a domestic market, much domestic market for this. Most of the quantity is exported. Next. Yeah. So here we can see that how this crisis is now this price volatility is extremely important. I discussed initially that whenever we have any kind of volatility in output production, the same is transmitted in terms of price rise. Here there is one word is left, gross revenues in million rupees. Now when we look at the data here, I decoded this for 4 years. And then I need to update this kind of analysis. What I did, I saw that, you know, during 11, 12 and 12, 13, there was a change in onion area by about 32%. And following that, the output declined by about 17%, creating a price rise by about 237%. And following that, the onion producers were encouraged to plant more onion in the country. And following that, there was 80% area increase in 2013-14, following which there was increase in output and the prices declined by about 43%. And then later on, the same happened next year also. The area declined, output declined, and prices rose by about 62%. And next year, the prices declined by around 61%. And in 2016, I visited most of the markets of Maharashtra, and I visited Lasalgaon market also. There I found that, you know, farmers, I discussed with the farmers, following the price incentive from 2015 and 2016, the farmers, they actually shifted from their original area of cultivation to more lucrative locations so that, you know, they could plant more onion. But the farmers lost that year. The prices went extremely low. It was around 6 rupees per kg. And when we look at the cost of production of onion, it's around 7 rupees per kg. The farmers were not able to meet even the cost of production of onion. So, and the farmers were, you know, they were, you know, losing in terms of some other very, very yielding crop. Maharashtra is known for its diversified nature of agriculture. We have horticulture, we have fruits, we have pulses, we have cotton, we have so many crops. So the farmers lost on onion acreage enhancement. Farmers lost on losing the next best enterprise, and the farmers, they lost on in terms of, you know, increasing their cost of relocation. When we move to the other location, we also increase our cost of relocation. So farmers are losing a lot when we talk about, you know, this kind of price volatility is continuously happening. If we dissect this kind of onion price crisis, how this is happening, why this is happening, we can see whenever we have change in output in one particular year, we find that, you know, arrivals are changing in next year. Why arrivals are changing in the next year? Because onion production is accounted for the period April to March, every year, April to March. But onion Rabi output starts coming in the market from April onwards. So if we have shortfall in one particular year, the arrivals start declining in the next year. So whenever we have production volatility in one particular year, that transmits to the arrival, supply and price volatility in the next year. You can see the arrows here, and you can see that whenever we had this thing, the outcomes were obtained in the next year. So we have sufficient window. We have signals coming from the Rabi output in the country, and when we have signals coming from the Rabi output, that we might face some 5%, 10%, 15% decline in Rabi production in a particular year. So we need to have very strong market surveillance, and then we need to have strong monitoring of the market so that extreme hikes are prevented, controlled, and then they do not, hamper the interest of our producers and consumers. Next, please. So we did some kind of detailed analysis how these signals are transmitted across the states, across markets, and so we need to focus on all these things. So I would share the results of detailed analysis. We selected 8 to 9 major markets from the country. 4 from Maharashtra, Lasalgaon, Pimpalgaon, Solapur, and Pune from Maharashtra, Indore from Madhya Pradesh, Bangalore from Karnataka. Bangalore, captures around more than 95% share of Kharif onion from Karnataka, Mahua from Gujarat, and Patna from Bihar. Next, please. So this is the stationarity test, and this is a prerequisite for conducting any type of time series analysis. Next, please. The main particular point was that all series were stationary at levels, so we had to go for application of a VAR model in this exercise. So this is the distribution of arrivals across the state, across seasons, and what is the share of arrival in different seasons. Next, please. We also applied the structural break analysis in onion wholesale price index in the country. And we can see here the outcome of this kind of analysis. We can see here the onion structural breaks are becoming very shorter, very narrow. The onion price phases are narrowing down, and these are becoming more steep. You can see in the later years, from 1980 to 2005, you can see that we have more flat kind of lines here. But after 2005, particularly after 2010, the structural breaks indicate that the phases are becoming narrower and these are becoming more steep. Next, please. This is the price behavior for selected markets and all. Next, please. This is the basic statistics. Next, please. Now, this is a very kind of clumsy slide, but I had to retain the numbers to indicate what kind of direction are we arriving at. Now, this slide indicates that how change in price in one market is impacting the price in another market. And we did this analysis for all selected producer markets and all selected consumer markets. So we selected, I told you that 8 producer markets were selected, and then 4 major metropolitan cities were selected to indicate as indicative of consumer markets. Now, very interesting thing, how the price in a particular market moves on. The price in a particular market is largely determined by its own historical values. Suppose we have case of Azadpur Mandi in Delhi. If price yesterday was around 20 rupees per kg, suddenly it will not become 35 rupees per kg. So if it is 20 rupees per kg today, maybe tomorrow it is 21 rupees per kg, maybe tomorrow 19 or 20, it remains 20. So it will follow its own historical pattern. But now it's, the markets are closely integrated with each other. So impacts are reaching to other markets as well. Now, very interesting case here. Now, if we look at the case of Patna, we find that Patna is not driven most by its own historical trends. Rather, it is driven by the Lasalgaon market, which is the biggest onion market in Asia. So, you see that how because Patna is not that big market that it can dominate others in terms of transmission of price signals. So it is driven by the changes and prices in Lasalgaon market. So price volatility in Lasalgaon market is impacting the price volatility in Patna. So this is one very interesting thing which I wanted to discuss with you. Next, please. This is for consuming market, how consuming markets are driven from other markets. Here also one very interesting thing that, this Lasalgaon market, in case of Kolkata, volatility is coming from Lasalgaon market and Bangalore market. So onion is one of the major consuming items in case of West Bengal. And you see 2 most important market. One, the market responsible for Rabi production. The second, the market responsible for Kharif production. So these two markets are impacting the volatility in Kolkata prices. So this is extremely important that we understand. We know that if price is 20 rupees, if let's say price is 40 rupees per kg in the market, the impact will be transmitted throughout all the markets. But we have to see what is the journey of this price? What is the trajectory of this price? Somewhere these signals are emanating, how these are traveling. The traveling process is very, very important. Now, if we decode this, that how prices travel from Lasalgaon to Delhi, and let's say from Delhi to Agra. So that traveling, that journey, that trajectory is extremely important, and that needs to be decoded. We are actually trying to decode that thing, and we need certain data. We need inter-market transaction metrics for that. So we are requesting for that data from APMCs and other policymakers. So this indicates that Bangalore, major response is received from Bangalore, Lasalgaon. These are major important markets for onion. Pimpalgaon is emerging as Next, please. Pimpalgaon is emerging as another major market for onion. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, you can see here that initially we have always been saying that Lasalgaon is the most important market for onion. But you can see here now Pimpalgaon is taking over Lasalgaon, and the arrivals in Lasalgaon market have been increasing. What is the peculiarity of Lasalgaon Pimpalgaon market? These two are the primary markets in Maharashtra and capture the produce directly from the farmers, not from traders or anybody else. Next, please. Yeah, this is something very interesting. This we applied, the variance decomposition analysis was applied to understand how the price volatility is impacting the other markets. And you can see here the light blue bars, which indicate the price volatility from Lasalgaon, how it is disseminating to other markets in the country. And it is very interesting to see that Indore market is driven a lot by the variability in Lasalgaon market. So these two, I mean, Indore is around 350 kilometers away from Lasalgaon market, and signals are reaching from one market to the other market very quickly, and then the impacts are realized. Next, please. This is decoding how this journey is actually happening over a period of time. Next, please. Next. Yeah, so we try to see how this change in minimum export price, how is this able to influence, how this is able to control the domestic price. Of course, that any change in minimum export price in the country, it was immediately able to control the prices in the. So this is with the lag that in 1 month we are increasing the minimum export price, and the second month the prices are controlling in the country. But actually, we need to evaluate how effective is this strategy of India as a credible onion supplier in the country, because when we have some kind of trade agreement with other partners in the niche globe, we need to have a very credible kind of image. So let's say I promise to export certain quantity of onion to my importers sitting in other countries. Now, if I am not able to fulfill my commitment, so they would look for other reliable buyers. They would look for other reliable suppliers. So maybe our image, we have to. And in the era of doubling of farmers' income, and we talk about doubling of agricultural exports from the country. So we really need to think about effectiveness of various policy instruments in case of horticultural crops. Next, please. And now we can run through these slides that, this is the potato case. Potato production has been increasing. Next, please. You may quickly run through these slides. This is the concentration of potato in 2 spans of time. Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Bihar, Gujarat, and Madhya Pradesh. These are the states in onion production. This is the season, arrivals. And also here we did that similar, next please. Yeah, similar kind of analysis was done in case of onion also. The various, this VAR model was applied. And in case of, you can see, in case of Agra market, very interesting thing, in case of Agra market, which is the biggest potato market in this northern region. And you can see that in case of Agra, volatility is maximum contributed by Delhi market. You see, the volatility in prices in Agra market is driven from volatility in Delhi market. This is something very interesting. The markets are very close by. We have, hardly distance, in terms of distance, in terms of kilometer, in terms of time distance, in terms of geographic distance, markets are very close by. So volatility is driven from each other. Delhi is also impacting the volatility in Kanpur, and Ahmedabad is the market contributing to volatility in Rajkot. So these are very important observations in case of how the volatility is transmitted from one market to the other. This is the tomato, generally tomato. In case of tomato, the data is not very consistent. So we could not do much analysis in case of tomato. Next, please. Next. Yeah. Now we come to the intelligence thing that, price forecast we developed. So this is the how volatility is existing, and this volatility is actually reflected in terms of prices. And when we have volatility in prices, our forecasts are not that effective. So we can see here that our forecast in case of fruits and vegetables particularly, these were not very very, these were not very different from our forecast for cereals and pulses. And you can notice here that in case of potato, tomato, and onion, we had extreme variations in case of potato, tomato, and onion. So we had some kind of modeling interventions also, and we shifted from linear model, which is basically autoregressive integrated moving average, which captures more of linear trends from the data. We had some kind of hybrid modeling, and then we applied that to improve our price forecasting exercise. Next, please. So this is my last slide, and what kind of what are the lessons? What are the takeaways from these efforts? The takeaways are that one and the most important thing is data harmonization. Data harmonization in case of this kind of market intelligence, price analysis, price transmission is that we need to have harmonized data for a particular market. If you look at Agra data, at different forums you will find different data for Agra. If you look at Delhi market, you will find different data for. So we need to standardize the mechanism for reporting data. If you look at the APMC record, the data would be different. If you go to Magnet, the data would be different. If you go to NHRDF, the data would be different. So data harmonization is the key to bring precision in market intelligence. Then we need to go for, because our modeling largely captures, it's largely the univariate kind of analysis where we take price as the unit single variable in time series analysis, but there are many other variables like climate. If we have aberrations in rainfall, if we have aberrations in temperature, if we have aberrations in policies, so we need to incorporate. We took all those variables. We try to take rainfall in our analysis. So we need to take those critical variables in our analysis and make our analysis more precise. But when we talk about including other critical variables in analysis, it's extremely important that our data corresponds. Let's say in case of horticulture, we largely go for weekly data for price analysis. So when we take weekly data for a particular market, we need to have similar data for that particular market for rainfall and for temperature and other critical variables, maybe exports, maybe imports, inter-market transactions and all. So the data must correspond to each other. So we must include the data on critical variables. That is extremely important. And then this market intelligence exercise is being done for the farmers. It's being done for the traders. But we want, our main objective is that our farmers should be benefited from this exercise. So we must be able to build their confidence into market intelligence, and then we need to have their participation for farmers for improving the effectiveness and utility of this analysis. Extremely important, we need to focus on sensitive commodities, particularly tomato, onion, and potato. We have been working hard on these three commodities to get some more insights in terms of modeling, precision, decoding the price trajectory and all. And then institutionalization of market intelligence is extremely important. The institutes must be capable of doing this exercise on their own over a period of time. Because funding and efforts from different institutions, they can come only for a certain period of time. But ultimately, it's the responsibility of a given institution to carry this exercise at their own. Use of IT is extremely important because ultimately IT will be the main savior for this. Now we should have some kind of app or some kind of software where we plug the price data, and we should be able to get the forecast for this thing. And then we have been seeing that this concentration has been increasing over a period of time. So we need to go for more seasonal expansion of onion or these horticulture crop. We need to go for more spatial expansion so that if we are constrained in terms of supply from a given market, we should be able to have supply from other market. We should be able to improve the logistics, to improve the value addition, processing, and value chain management. Of course, for these crops, tomato, onion, and potato, we are largely, as a consumer also, we are largely preferring the fresh commodities. And we don't prefer value-added onions. We don't prefer processed onions. For tomato, we prefer processed tomato to a certain extent, but we go for some kind of fresh. Market surveillance is extremely important whenever we have some kind of aberration price signals from different markets. We need to be able to cater to those kinds of aberrations and then bring some corrective actions. And then government has started number of schemes and number of funds, like price stabilization fund is one, operations green is another scheme which has been now expanded to other crops also. So these schemes, these funds should be effectively utilized so that we can curb on extreme price situations. Reforms, we have recently had these two market acts, which we should of course improve in terms of improving the supply chains and all. And last resort is stabilization in prices through trade, maybe export or imports. These two things. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So this is all from my side. If we have any other query or something, we can go for that.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for explaining this complex topic in simple manner. And your presentation was full of facts and figures. So thank you once again. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Ranjini VR. Currently, she is working as scientist in Division of Agriculture Economics at IARI, New Delhi. Dr. Ranjini has research expertise in the field of agricultural trade policies, WTO issues in agriculture, regional trade agreements, and agricultural market reforms. Dr. Ranjini has done her PhD work on impact of ASEAN-Indian Free Trade Agreement on Indian agricultural trade. Dr. Ranjini authored several research papers in reputed journals. So with this, now I welcome you, Ranjini ma'am, to deliver your address on status and prospects of fruit exports from India. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your nice introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the entire organizing team for inviting me and providing me this space for my presentation. Let me share my screen here. So topic of my presentation is status and prospects of fruits export from India. So here I would like to focus on what are the status of fresh and processed food export from India, and what are the major concerns that is there in fruit export from India. When we look in the horticulture sector, or particularly in fruit sector, we can always say that the development that has happened in the horticulture sector was of late in nature, because in 1960 and 1970s we were mostly focusing on our food grain self-sufficiency. Even though we have recognized the importance of horticulture sector in 1970s, the major thrust was happened in 1984 because of the introduction of the National Horticulture Board. Again, our horticulture sector that production has improved with the introduction of National Horticulture Mission in 2005. So the intervention were happened in the late regime, but the progress that made in the horticulture sector is very tremendous. When we see the area and production of horticulture crops that have increased over time with the introduction of the National Horticulture Mission, the area and the production of horticulture crops have increased over the time. We can see from the statistics that during training in 2004-5, our horticulture production was around 154 million ton, which have increased 2 times increase we can observe during this 2018-19. That is also surpassing our food grain production. The fruit production, which is second to the vegetable production, have also increased over time during from compared to the 2004-5 figure of 47 million ton, and it has increased to 96 million ton in 2018-19. Similarly, the productivity also improved over time in fruits. And now India is the second largest producer of fruits and vegetable, which is next to China. And because of our wide agroclimatic condition, we are able to produce many of the tropical as well as subtropical fruits. And Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh and Gujarat, they are the major fruit growing states in India. When we look at the demand for fruits or fruits and vegetable, particularly the fruits at the global level, there are a lot of changes have happened over the years because of the expansion of the national economy at the country level and at the global level, and which is resulted in the improvement of the consumers' income and their purchasing power, and our most of our preferences were shifted from food grain to high value and the nutritional products because of their nutritional value. And most of our consumers and their preferences were mainly shifted from to organic, also organic fruits and vegetables also, and most of the consumers, they were looking having the health concern, and different organizations like WHO, FAO and their recommendation and their interventions and all have resulted in increasing the per capita demand for the fruits and vegetables and their availability and their supply at the global level. And again, the rise of the convenient food in diet have resulted in the increased demand for majority of the fruit preparations like fruit juices, jams, jellies, and all. These all are regarded like they're ready to serve, ready to eat, that kind of convenient food. So because of the increased demand for this convenient food, there is a potential for fruit production as well as export at the national as well as global level. And one of the other main reason that we can say the trade liberalization process and the emergence of the free trade agreements. Because of this liberalization process have happened in the world, that is also resulted in the liberalization of the agricultural export, particularly in this kind of a high value processed as well as fresh products. Even though our share in the global export is very low as compared to the major exporters, our fruits and vegetables are being accepted at the international level. If you look at the fruit production statistics in India, our major production is on banana, mango, citrus, and papaya. And if you see our share of our production in the world production, we can see that banana, mango, papaya, guava, and pomegranate have we are in the first place in terms of production. And in terms of apple and grapes, we are in the 7th position. And in overall fruit production share is around 11% next to China. And we coming to the fruit export from India. So I have divided this fruit export into fresh fruit export as well as processed fruit export. These values are deflated in the 2012 value, US GDP deflated. So here we can find that the fresh fruit export have increased over time with a growth rate of 11%. But in the case of processed fruit export, there is an increase we can see, but very slow pace we can observe those growth rate as compared to the fresh fruit export. Our processed fruit export growth is very in a slow pace. and it is registered a growth rate of 6% over 2009-10 to 2018-19. So we need to focus, apart from the fresh fruit export, we need to focus on the processed fruit export also. Major fruit exported from India during the latest period, that is in 2018-19, grapes, pomegranate, and mango and banana. These are the major fresh fruit that are exported from India. So here total fresh fruit export is around 600 million US dollar during this triennium ending 2018-19. So here grapes is the most important commodity that is being exported to different countries. And in the case of processed fruit, mainly mango pulp and other mango products have contributed in a very, they are having very good amount of export, like around 34% of mango jams and jellies are being exported, and mango pulp is coming in the second. And again, some of the mango products like mango squash and mango juice have a considerable share in the processed forms. And our total processed fruit export is around 349 million US dollar worth. So when we look at the major exporting countries of fresh and processed fruit export, our share in the world level is very less as compared to both in terms of fresh as well as processed form. For example, in the case of fresh grapes, here Chile is the major player in the export market, followed by USA, where India stands at the 10th position with a 4% share. Similarly, in the case of other fresh fruit, our export share is only 1%, where USA having around 16% share in our other fresh fruits export. In the case of processed foods and juices, India doesn't have that much, even 1% share also not there for India in the global level. Whereas major players in the processed fruit and juices, USA, Germany, and other European countries. So that means even though our production is more, our export is less as compared to the other major players in the international market. So over the years, we are able to diversify our markets for the Indian fruits. So here I have calculated Hirschman market concentration index. So what it means that if the values are close to zero, means our exports are being diversified. That means if the here the number of markets for fresh fruits are there. Over the years, during from 2010 to 2019, we can see the increased number of markets for the years, and their values are very close to zero. For example, in the case of papaya, earlier this market concentration index is very low. That means for over the years, we are able to catch few or more markets, but in terms of earning the unit value realization, how much we are earning from different market, that is a kind of different story that I will come to the next slide. And major destination of fresh and processed fruits are, in the case of fresh fruit, our UAE is a major partner in major export destination of our fresh fruit, followed by the Netherlands, UK, these are the European countries. And in the case of fruit juices, USA is the major destination, followed by Netherlands and Saudi Arabia. So our fresh fruits are mainly directed towards the Middle East and some of the European countries, whereas processed fruit is mainly directed towards to the USA and some of these European countries. And coming to the major export destination of some of the selected fruits, if you can see here, for example, in the case of grapes, Netherlands is the major export destination of our grapes, and this orange line indicates the unit value that we are getting from each market. For example, this Bangladesh is having more than 5% share in our export, but the unit value realization from Bangladesh is very low as compared to some other countries like China, Canada, where our exports are not going. But there, if we export there, their unit value realization from these countries will be larger. But we are not exploring those markets. Instead of, we are focusing, our share is more towards the countries that are giving the low unit value realization for our export. Similarly, we can observe in the case of pomegranate also, where UAE is having a major share, but the unit value realization is very low. But in the case of USA, where unit value realization is high, but our export share is very low. The similar situation we can see in the case of mango and in the case of apple also. Here in the case of apple, our major export destination is Bangladesh and Nepal, and where our unit value realization is high in USA and Qatar, but it's not even 1% of export is directed towards these countries. So we need to explore those options where the unit value realization is high. We should focus some of those countries. Similar case we can see in the case of processed fruit export, where the same situation we can see where the highest share is being observed, where the unit value realization is some very low compared to the other countries. So here we have calculated some of the export potential of the fruits at the global level based on the ITC trade map, ITC export potential map. So some of the fruit product we can see here, the export potential and the actual export as well as export potential gap. Here we can see grapes, we are having huge gaps, and other commodities like guava, mangoes and other banana, we can observe there is a lot of potential is there to export, but still that export is low at the global level. If we look at the different region level export, we can see in the case of Europe, still some of the commodities like grapes, guava, banana, still we need to have there is a wide variety of wide range of gap is there, but we need to fill those gap by some kind of export promotion policies. And here in the Middle East countries also, we can see some of the lines that is indicating that we have already realized the export potential. Like in the case of banana, we are exporting more, but it doesn't mean that we should stop the export to there, but we can continue to explore other commodities export also by keeping constant banana. For example, in the case of banana, we can keep the export constant, or we can explore the other commodities where we can export in this region. And one of our bigger partner in Asia is ASEAN region, and where we have a lot of potential to export in the case of many commodities like grapes, guavas, and other commodities. And some of the crop wise, we see the export potential. We can, I have calculated for different partners. There we found that like still in the case of USA, UK and other countries, we need export potential. Their gap is very wide. Similar cases can be observed in mango and guava also. And here also we can see in orange and banana, there how we are not exporting that that huge gap is there. We are not exporting that. We have indebted to go to those market. So here we are at the international level. China is a major competitor for India. Now, if we see the competition or comparative advantage in fresh as well as processed fruit export by comparing with the China, can see this India account nearly 1% of fresh fruit export in the world, whereas China account around 6% of the world fresh export. And similarly, in processed fruits, we are only 2% of the world export, but there China is exporting around 12% of the world processed fruit export. So at the global level, China is having more comparative advantage both in fresh as well as processed fruits export. And if you see the region-wise export also, China is having more having comparative advantage over India. And here again, if we look at the fresh and processed fruit export to Gulf region, here for India is having larger share, but in terms of comparative advantage, China here gaining more in this region. So here I would like to focus only few issues. One of the two key issues in the major fruit export, what are the lacunas behind that? First one is lack of integrated cold chain and logistics system. And the second one is the lack of compliances. Here, we know that the post-harvest losses in the horticulture crops is very high. In the case of fruits and vegetable, in one of the CFA study in 2015, they have found that the post-harvest loss is around 4.58 to 15.8 percentage. Both it is a cumulative wastage they have calculated for at the farm level as well as at the market level also. And estimated losses in food crop, guava, for the guava it is very high, followed by apple, mango and grapes. And so the post-harvest losses, we first should minimize the post-harvest losses in the fruit crops. So for that, there should be a well-established cold chain system should be there. Cold chain system, it doesn't mean that only cold storage. Cold storage is one of the component of the cold chain system. Here, they have National Center for Cold Chain Development. They have identified that around our existing capacity of cold storage is around 32 million tons. But we require again around 35 million tons of cold chain capacity, and these are the components of a well integrated cold chain system, like modern pack house, then transport from pack house at the next stage of supply chain, then cold stage storage in the hub model, and cold storage at the bulk level, farm gate level, and some other ripening unit. So these all together make an integrated cold chain system. So well developed in cold chain connectivity is there, means our losses incurred at the harvest as well as post harvest stage will be less than 5%. In one of the study by NABARD says that this some of the cold chain projects, because of that there is a positive turnover and employment creation and export have been observed. And it is also well developed cold chain system will develop the wastage, and it have a positive effect on prices, and have a well defined backward linkages can be observed. And coming to the logistics system, there are around one of the study I have found that 104 million tons of perishable produces are transported, of which around 100 million tons are transported through the non-reefer mode. So here, what we have to look into that inland transportation. We should develop those kind of inland transportation along with the different agri export hub. So here, what the important thing in export of the fresh and processed product is a time. Time is a limit, and for that, then again storage and transportation and handling at the desired temperature, that is also a limiting factor in one kind of export of this fresh as well as processed food. Again, one of the major constraint that air freight. Air freight is sometimes very costly, and they have the limitations for the quantity that can be exported. So what we can go for, that we can develop one kind of a sea protocol, which is well envisaged in our agricultural export policy. They in C protocol indicates that for example, if you want to export banana from India to any other countries like Middle East, what could be the harvest stage? What kind of the maturity level we can have for harvesting, so that we can do the transportation through sea without affecting the quality of that particular product. For example, countries like Philippines and Ecuador, they have been successful in transportation of this perishable products, especially in banana, for other countries through seaport. So they have developed a sea protocol with, for transportation of this fresh product to the other countries. So we need to develop such kind of a sea protocol strategy, because of recently we have seen that due to the COVID lockdown situation, air freight charges are also very high, and this fresh fruit and vegetable export from India were affected very lot. So in that case, as an alternative, we should develop some kind of a sea protocol strategy. And again, food processing is one kind of a value addition, and it also reduces the post-harvest loss of the fruits. And there is an enormous amount of this frozen canned fruit and fruit juices are demanded in European Union, but there our presence is very low. And there are some other issues are there why our processed fruits are not being accepted in the EU. But our export to these countries, there is a demand is there, but we are not able to export the processed fruits to these countries like European Union, where our unit value realization is very high. And we also process our agriculture produce at less than 10%. In one of the study, processing of our fruits and vegetables are only around 2%, whereas other countries like US, they process the food around 65% for the fruits and vegetables. And similarly in Philippines, they process around 78%. Then our major competitor China process around 23% of fruits and vegetables. Again, our processed food export, we fails to meet international standards, and so for that we need to have a standard operating protocol at the industry level, where the processing industry should focus on the internationally recognized standards. Some of the government initiatives have been already done, and it is in the positive way for the development of the cold storage and all. So here now the NHB is brought under Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture scheme, and the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, they both been, and also Ministry of Processing and Industry. These ministries are mainly focusing on some of the processing aspect as well as the cold chain project also. Again, one of the important government initiative is Sampada Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, which is mainly under the aegis of Ministry of Food Processing Industry, where the cluster-based approach is mainly followed for the processing as well as export of the major perishable products. In that scheme, in this project, again, mega food parks, then integrated cold chain and value addition infrastructure is being created. So as of now, around 42 mega food parks projects are being envisaged, and 299 cold chain system have been implemented at the in our national level, which is for that 50% is this infrastructure is given to the fruit and vegetable. Again, it is expected to create around 8.63 lakh metric ton cold storage capacity, and other facilities like food processing and back forward and backward linkages and quality assurance at the industry level by following the international norms. Those are the other major thrust that being given by the ministry through this yojana. Again, we have permitted 100% FDI in food processing industries where some kind of infrastructure being created through investment. Again, another problem at the international level is we are most of the time we fails to meet the standard at the international level. So the different countries they are very strict on different standards and the hygiene practices, pesticide labeling and certification of the major products that they are imported from the other countries. And again, there are more preferences are given to the organic food products. And WTO, SPS and TBT agreement, they in that agreement, we are saying that we can impose some of the standards and restrictions on the imported commodity, but we should provide the justification. In that WTO agreements, if you are part of that agreement, we should follow those SPS agreements. But if we, the countries, if you want to keep more stringent standards over this SPS agreement, we should give the justification for why we had to impose a strict action on this import of the perishable commodities and all. And international standards like Codex Alimentarius Commission, all who are the member countries, they will be following. But most of the developed countries, they are following a standard which are higher than that of these internationally recognized standards. So here, these barriers or these standards sometimes will be acting as a major non-tariff barriers for the developing countries. Again, India faces some of the barriers from the developing countries also, like Vietnam and Bhutan. We recently experienced some of the barriers in consignment rejection. So if we don't follow these kind of SPS measures or standards of this particular importing country, we may subsequently lose the market share, and subsequently we reduce the exporters' income. So in that, we need to follow the international standards. Some of the data I have collected from the European Union as well as USA. In European Union, they are having two alerts, like alerts for the imports from the other countries. One is from Europhyte, that is for the any like for commodities where the harmful organism is present, whereas in RISSF portal, if you see, there other kind of pesticide and other residue kind of a alert being given in the RISSF portal. So if we look at the 2010 to 2019 data, major commodities, grapes and ricin followed the most of the rejections in the European Union market. So we face out of 10 rejections during this period, 9 is based on the dried grapes, and in the case of mango, we have experienced 133 in rejection because of the fruit fly infestation and all. And these interceptions sometimes we need to take care. And so in terms of mango fruit fly, where hot water treatment is essential, so those kind of interception we need to follow very carefully. And another commodities like guava and sapota, they also faced some of the interception in this European Union market. Whereas in the case of US, we face a number of rejection in case of fruit juices. Around 996 rejections are there. In that, fruit juices around 676 rejection during this period, and in the case of fresh fruit, around 390. So here, major concern at the US level is the proper labeling, packaging, and branding is not proper. So we need to focus. If you want to catch the US market, we have to follow this labeling and branding. We should branding practices in the US market. So in order to follow those SPSS requirement or reduce SPS barriers, we should follow the traceability and GAP. GAP means good agriculture practices at the farm level, and traceability means we should have a proper backward linkages of the exported product. And we should also look at these issues at the bilateral level. In some of the free trade agreements, we should directly deal with the country, and we may find the solution at the bilateral level. And we have always choice for going at the WTO level for the dispute settlement at the SPS TBT mechanism. But the proper implementation and the result are very lengthy procedures will be there. So we need to resolve those issues at the country level. And some of the government initiatives, we can say in recent years, it is in the positive side in the case of export certification. Here, Export Inspection Council, that is an official export certification body of India, which look into the pre-shipment inspection, quality control, and other food quality management system, where the food processing unit, once if any food processing units are meant for export of the processed product, they should first get the certification from Export Inspection Council. Then only they will be able to export to the countries like European Union, because Export Inspection Council certificate is recognized at the European Union. So that kind of measures have been taken in these years. And the product, regarding this product traceability, APEDA had did a very good role in the case of providing the traceability in grapes, pomegranate, mango, and citrus. And for traceability in the organic products, APEDA also designed in the TraceNet. And some of the food testing and residue analysis and all, FSSAE and AGMA based laboratory is there. So these are some government have done some of the positive interventions in the compliance of the international standard. So here, in order to tap those export potential, first we should identify those potential market where we can have a higher unit value realization. After identifying those potential market, we need to find out some kind of we need to identify and comply. We should follow the standards of that particular country. And again, our problem is at the infrastructure as well as transportation level. For that, we should develop an effective cold chain system, and we should follow a good agriculture practices at the farm level. And there are traceability system which is developed for the other commodities, it can be extended, but there will be always some problems will be there. But we can improve upon it, and we should always have a bilateral involvement in the SPS issue by following any kind of agreement, bilateral agreement and all. And we need to identify and promote niche products like organic product. Here still we don't have a proper share in the organic export. And again, we should follow the packaging and branding and labeling issues are there. So those kind of issues, if any standards are being newly developed, because all the countries sometimes the standards may changes over time, that kind of information also should be provided on time to time. So because of these practices, these few points we can have a we can follow, and we can have a positive impact for our export of fresh as well as processed fruit export. With this, I would like to close here my presentation, and I thank all the participants as well as organizers for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing such a wonderful presentation. Dear audience, as time is running very fast and without wasting much time, now I would like to take you through the last presentation of this technical session, and the same will be delivered by myself. And as we are in short of time, so I will try to sum up in short. So please be with us and have patience. The title of our presentation is on eNAM, the need of our amid COVID-19 situation. So, as we know that agriculture is the backbone of Indian economy, and anything which is going to boost anything which is going to increase the farmer share in consumer rupee is definitely going to boost the economy of our country. So, in this Honorable Prime Minister Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, he launched a scheme, a visionary scheme, on 14th April 2016, eNAM, and he termed it as a turning point for the farming community. As on May 2020, eNAM was launched for near about 1,000 mandis across 18 states and 3 union territories. So here we can see the 18 states and the 3 union territories, and the Rajasthan is having highest number of eNAM mandis integrated with this scheme, followed by Uttar Pradesh and Gujarat. So now let's have the introduction of this scheme. eNAM is a pan-India electronic trading portal which networks the existing APMC mandi to create a unified nationwide market for agricultural commodities. eNAM works on the concept of one nation, one market, and the motto is to serve the farmer and save the farmer. To serve the farmer by providing them better returns for their quality produce, and save the farmer from the different malpractices from trader side. These are the 3 key reasons behind eNAM which triggered it. First is fragmented market, and as in our country, existing market are fragmented and which hinders the free flow of commodities. The second one is multiple mandi fees, and due to the multiple level of handlings resulted in number of multiple level of mandi fees, and which result the price hike to the consumer without transferring it to the growers. Now the key requirements for successful implementation of the scheme. There are three basic prerequisite conditions for implementation of this scheme, like single license valid for buying across all mandis in the state. Second one is provision for electronic auctions as a mode of price discovery, and third one is single point for the levy of market fee. So only those mandis, APMC mandis, who fulfill these three prerequisite conditions are only eligible for assistance under the scheme. Now the various challenges which is addressed by eNAM, and in this first is creating a unified nationwide market. eNAM also helps in streamlining of procedures. eNAM ensures the availability of right information at right time. eNAM promoted the transparency in auction systems, and as eNAM promotes the online payment, so it leads the fast, easy, and safe mode of transaction for the monetary measures. And there is less risk of fraud from the buyer as well as seller end, because there is a one intermediary banking system is involved, and that is we are using a term clearing bank. Apart from this, eNAM ensures the competitive prices along with the better quality produce to the buyers. The competitive prices for the producers and better quality returns. The next. Now this is the pictorial presentation of eNAM, how it works. So let's have a quick view. So whenever a farmer he enter into the APMC gate with his product, then eNAM operator they enter the entire information regarding their commodity, and it generates a e-slip, and on the basis of them that a specific time for auction is scheduled, and after that at particular scheduled time the buyers from different areas or from different mandis they quoted their prices for that particular lot, and automatically after the completion of the fixed auction time the system is announced the highest bidder as a winner of particular lot. And after that there is a mandatory requirement of there is a formal acceptance should be there from seller side, and after this the trade match will happen, and which will lead the settlement of goods and payments from with the help of clearing bank. So this is all about the working model of eNAM. So now the different benefits of eNAM. eNAM is a win-win situation for all the all the supply chain participants, and what we can say, it is beneficial for all the stakeholders of supply chain. Like for farmer, eNAM promises more options for selling produce and market, making the more competitive prices or returns for them, as well as eNAM safeguard the farmers' interest from the different existing malpractices. For traders, eNAM facilitates to quote the prices from anywhere across the network. The second one is only single license is valid across all the market in the state, which is help the farmer trader. Trader have to pay market fees only once, which means to the first wholesale purchase from the farmer. Now the key benefits for the buyer, processors and exporters. the physical presence is not mandatory and direct participation can be taken place. Now the benefit to the mandis, as all the eNAM system work electronically, so there is very less paperwork is required, and it is fully transparent system which eliminates the scope of manipulation and malpractices. eNAM helps in improvement in the market fee collection by means of accounting of all transactions. eNAM also helps mandis in reduction in manpower requirements, because electronically they are doing auction process and tendering. And last, the eNAM, the fast auctioning process due to the electronic mode. So within the very short time, the system declared the winner of that particular bid. So it takes very less time. So it is this, we can say, eNAM helps in saving the time for auction. So let me discuss about the implementation approach of eNAM. So this is the case study of Dhali Mandi of Shimla. This mandi was selected as a pilot mandi under the eNAM scheme, and where the mostly fruits and vegetable, apple and pea and cauliflower. These three commodities are mostly they are trading. So in case of stock count, they create entry and exit gate for the recording the arrival and sales summary, and for e-weighing facilities they also install at gate, and for e-auction they also install some IT infrastructure facilities in the auction hall. For training, farmers were provided training on cashless transactions and facilities, different facilities related to CCTV camera, canteen, drinking water, ATM, rest house, complaint cell were also installed for assisting the farmers' issues. Now this is these are the pictorial glimpse of training campaign at Shimla. Now let's discuss the success story of eNAM. Here there is a farmer producer company, namely Girimala Farmer Producer Company Limited. It is formed with the help of farmers of near about 26 villages at around Modasa, Gujarat, and in this the eNAM brought significant change in 4 parameters. First one is on selling location. Before eNAM, it was local market, but after that now national market is also explored. For intermediaries also, before eNAM, a large number of intermediaries were involved. But after eNAM, now farmer can sell directly to the buyers. And moreover, in case of price realization, due to the less price realization was earlier less because of the large number of intermediaries. But after introduction of eNAM, it was high, and approximately it was approximately it was 200 rupees per quintal for the maize commodity. In this mandi, in this APMC mandi, they preferred the cereal commodities. Now the monetary transactions. So before eNAM, the monetary transactions were in the form of cash payment. So it could be delayed, it could be shortened. But after eNAM, cashless transaction, which is more safe and speedy. So now let's discuss the, because till now we were just explaining about eNAM and it's just introductory part. Now the key, let's start our key topic like COVID impact on our horticulture sector. So as COVID has ravaged horticulture producers due to the perishable nature of horticultural crop and broken the supply chain due to the poor logistic connectivity amid COVID-19 situation. The same resulted into the unprecedented damage to fruits, vegetables, and flower producers. And there is a study on impact of market arrival, which is carried out by scholars from JNU, Delhi, and they uses the market arrival data for first 21 days of lockdown as compared to the corresponding period of last year, and they observed that the reduction was higher in case of crops which are having more shelf life, like cereals. In case of wheat, it was 94%, and in case of chickpea, it was again 94%. So, but when we are talking about horticultural crop, we all know that horticultural crops are perishable in nature, and because of this, they observe in case of tomato, because tomatoes are highly perishable in nature, only 26% reduction was found, and so that's why it leads the worst impact on COVID, that there was no transport to take harvested crop to the market. Farmers have been disposing of their produce at throwaway prices. But there is a sunny side also of this COVID-19. I mean, because so many farmers, they joined with FPO, so for them it is a good opportunity, because amid COVID-19 lockdown situation, FPO are now exploring alternative marketing channels to connect directly with consumer through eNAM portal. This lockdown provides an opportunity to focus on making the agricultural supply chain more robust in adverse circumstances, as eNAM provides facilities related to the quality assurance and assaying on electronic trade portal. So that's why this is in view of lockdown scenario, where transport facilities are curtailed due to FPO functionality. Small and marginal farmers were able to collectively transport their produce at eNAM, Mandi, and get better prices through online trading platforms. Now let's discuss few government initiatives during COVID-19. To decongest the wholesale markets and to make supply chain more agile, Union Agriculture Ministry has recently launched following two modules under the eNAM, namely warehouse-based trading module, which will enable farmers to sell their produce from Warehouse Development Regulatory Authority registered under warehouses, under the registered warehouses. And second one is FPO trading module, enabling the FPOs to upload produce from collection centers with pictures, quality parameters, and also avail bidding facilities without going to mandis. In order to debottleneck logistics of agri-produce and providing adequate and timely transportation facilities to the farmers and traders, eNAM platforms has created an interface with the large transporter aggregators like Blackbug, Rivigo, Truck Suvidha, Truck Guru, etc. And this would help farmers and buyers to find and arrange timely movement of produces from Mandi to various other locations. And now let's discuss few future prospects of this visionary scheme. In conditions such as COVID-19 pandemic, eNAM has become better way to sell the produce by the farmers. Highest focus should be given to FPOs to familiarize the eNAM scheme with farming community. The transparent price discovery is only possible through online bidding, and the same should be focused by policymakers to ensure better prices for the farmers. FPO, self-help groups, small marginal enterprises should come forward to leverage the eNAM platform to sell their produce to the buyer directly and earn better margins. There is a requirement for a synergy of public and private organizations to provide customized services like warehouses and logistics services, etc. Last and not the least, there is a high requirement of infrastructure development at remaining APMC mandis to enable them to integrate with eNAM so that this scheme can bring a positive change turnaround in farmers' income. Thank you so much. So with this, now I would like to invite my senior colleague for vote of thanks. Dr. R.I. Prajapati sir, please come and deliver your vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Last but important, thanks, vote of thanks. I am highly and deeply thankful to the patron and vice chancellor, Dr. R.K. Patel sir. He spared time from his busy schedule. He inspired and support to us for arrange this webinar. He actively participate and inaugurated this webinar. I also thankful to Dean Horti, College of Horticulture, Jagudam, Amin sir and Vadodara sir for insist and encourage for arrange this webinar. He welcome to all for participation through the Google and YouTube application. I am also thankful Dr. R.S. Jaman sir, convener and associate professor, Social Science Department, College of Horticulture, Jagudam. He highlighted the webinar in present time. I also deeply thankful Dr. S.S. Mugark, Eminent Professor and former Director Research, Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology, Udaipur. He acted as an expert speaker. He shared his knowledge on strategic and marketing in horticulture sector, post-COVID-19 scenario. I also thankful to Dr. Raka Saxena, Principal Scientist, ICR New Delhi. She agreed with us for share her knowledge on market intelligence and price volatility in contact to horticulture crops. I also thankful our expert speaker, Dr. Narendra Singh, Professor Head, eNAM College of Agriculture, Navsari. He shared his knowledge on technological intervention in horticulture marketing in India, new initiatives and challenges. I also thankful Dr. K.P. Thakur, Associate Professor Head, CP College of Agriculture, Sardar Kushinagar. He delivered his knowledge on growth and prospect of export on major seed spices and vegetable from India. I thankful Dr. Ranjini VR, Scientist, Division of Agriculture Economic, ICR New Delhi. She shared her knowledge on status and prospect of fruits export from India. I am further extend thankful to Dr. Lakshmi Rani Dubey, organizing secretary and expert speaker. She making much effort to arrange this webinar. She delivers speech on eNAM, need the our amid and post COVID-19. I also thankful to all who participated through the Google and YouTube application. I am also thankful to research scientist and his staff for provide the internet facility for this webinar. Last but much important, thanks to for directly and indirectly support to us for success the webinar. Again, thank you to all. Thank you to all.
Thanks to organizers.
Thank you, sir. There is an announcement for feedback link. The link will be shared very soon on your registered email IDs. So please give the feedback form, fill the feedback form and give us the feedback. And very soon we will display your certificates also. Thank you. Now you can left the webinar because webinar is now closed. You can left this.